Good morning to everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone to our meeting this morning, both in person and virtually. Welcome to our staff that are joining us, and we're really going to look to our staff today. First, I want to thank you very much for all the effort and work that has went into preparing this budget binder for our consideration today. And we will look to our staff for input on options and various ways that we can accomplish directing and protecting both the corporation and all of our residents, being full-time and seasonal residents in ACW. With that, of course, this is budget day, and meetings are live streamed on the township's official website in accordance with live streaming and virtual participation of meetings policy. We welcome any members of the public that are joining us and the media. Do any members of council have a pecuniary interest or general nature thereof of any of the agenda item today? Seeing none, I thank you for that. We will have a fulsome discussion. I welcome everyone to ask any questions for clarification on anything. And as I said at the outset, our staff we will look to our staff for options as to how we can accomplish a responsible budget on behalf of our residents. So with that, I would like to pass it over to our CAO at this time. If you would have any initial comments, CAO Becker, please.
Thank you, Mayor Glenn. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited today as I always look forward to this day each year. Budget day is exciting to me. I look forward to it because at the end of the day, you go home and you feel, wow, we accomplished something, and it's always great. So Treasurer Alan McManus has prepared a well-organized budget for council to review in consultation with, of course, ACW's department head staff that are in this room today. So thank you to that entire group. As usual, the draft budget has been prepared based on a 0% increase from the 2024 levy. Staff have included all necessary capital projects in the draft with the understanding that council will decide which capital projects will be included in the 2025 budget and which may need to be deferred. Council will also need to determine the appropriate percentage increase for the 2024 levy in order to establish the 2025 levy as detailed in your section 5 in your budget. Please be sure to refer to the last page of Section 2, where the bottom line amount in the far right-hand column must be adjusted to reflect a final determined percentage increase from the 2024 levy. And we'll go through that as we go through the day, cutting and transferring from reserves and various things. And Ellen will keep us apprised of what that number is. So the operational expenses for each department are based on their estimated cost and are outlined in each section. I recommend that we stay focused on the big picture today. In my past experience, this is only my 36th municipal budget. Getting caught up in small adjustments like changing 500 to 1,000 or vice versa doesn't typically lead to significant outcomes at the end of the day. We have a full day ahead with lunch available at noon, and it's recommended that we begin by reviewing briefly each department's budget, ending with the roads capital budget, as these projects are often where council will need to focus on making decisions, either by deferring capital projects or transferring from reserves in order to reach the appropriate levy increase. I'm looking forward to achieving a final 2025 budget today that we can all be pleased with by the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Mark. Councillor Van Stone, please. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to see us start with everybody's idea of how many percentage points they're willing to go in this budget. Then we know how much we have to cut. I think that would be a good starting point, but it's up to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I would like to make a couple of comments first. One is that with inflation at 2%, a 2% increase is just break even. It's not doing anything as far as accomplishing for our residents what some of their expectations are. The second is that through the years, and as CAO Becker indicated, there's only his 36th time around on this, that previous councils and staff have done an excellent job with fiduciary responsibilities, and we have accumulated substantial reserves. And those reserves can be accessed today. Some of them, not all of them, some of those reserves can be accessed today to alleviate an increase in tax levy. So I think we should keep that in mind, that we have various reserves that our treasurer will allude to. So if it is the will of the meeting, would you like to go around and indicate what kind of a levy we would be looking for at the end of the day? And I'll start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to see us come in no higher than 5%. Very, very most 5%. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Snowblin, please.
Can I have Deputy Mayor clarify 5% on the levy or 5% on the tax increase?
Okay, and I'm going to defer to our CEO for a comment on that. Thank you, Councillor Snowblin.
Any discussions we have today will be based on the levy.
Correct. Okay, so Councillor Snowblin, please.
My thoughts are in 4% or less.
Thank you. Councillor Hickey, please.
I'm in the 4 to 5% on the levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Sorry, I'm writing things down. Evan, can you repeat what you said? I'm a little slower this morning.
I said between 4 and 5 on the levy.
Thank you. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, you know, I hate to do this, but I'm kind of agreeing with Bill on this. I'm going to go, I was thinking 6, but I wouldn't want to go any lower than 5.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forster.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. I'm okay with 7%. Because that, so I don't know if you meant tax rate or levy.
Levy.
Okay, because that brings the tax rate to 4.6, so I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blake, please.
Yes, I'd like to see 2% on the levy. That's what I'd like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would, 5% would be my goal at the end of the day. I think that's responsible. Okay, so with that, I am now going to turn it over to our staff to go through this section by section. Oh, Councillor Snowblin, please.
Staff, please remind us what the percentage increase on the levy was last year.
10% by my memory. And it was 8% the year before. Okay? So we're going to go section by section, and I would really like us to keep it, don't get into the weeds. Keep it at a high level, section to section. However, if you have any questions, bring them forward, and we will move through this. Okay? So I will now turn it over to our staff, please. Thank you.
Just before Alan gets going, so our plan is to go to section 2, and we're going to look at each department as a whole. We're not going line by line,
No.
or else we'll be here for 4 weeks. So we'll take it looking by section, including the revenue expenditures all at the same time. And Alan would be more than happy to answer any questions. Is that right, Alan?
Absolutely. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Over to our treasurer, Alan McManus.
All right, thank you. So Anita, I'm going to reference the page numbers in the budget binder electronically so you can be on the same page. So we're looking at page 22 of the entire budget PDF that you have. That's where we're starting.
And just so you know, Ellen, I'm unable to upload that PDF that you sent me to my personal email. I transferred it to my iPad so I could look at it in a larger screen. But it doesn't come through, so I'm going on my phone. It's a little small reading, but if you could bear with me when I'm trying to find things, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, so just for clarification for everyone, so we're starting in section 2, is that correct?
Yes,
Ellen?
page 1 of section 2.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if it would be helpful if Kelly put on the screen the digital copy of where we are on on the screen.
Want that?
I personally find that would be very helpful.
Okay, so let's
Okay, thank you.
Just have to pay
Yeah, I know.
attention that we can see in the using that page.
So Anita, when Councillor Snowblin, when this is loaded on the screen, if we do not have the ability to see you and you would like to ask a question, please interject if I don't see you, okay?
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, so page 1 of section 2, let's start with general revenues. So as Mark mentioned, the draft budget has been prepared based on a 0% levy increase. This section includes tax revenues, any revenues generated from investments, penalties and interest, and then transfer payments from provincial and federal governments. Notable changes for 2025, the OMPF funding, we had a 20% increase over 2024. OCIF, 15% increase, and our gas tax, or CCBF, is a 4% increase. We also have in this section the K2 Community Benefits Fund, and that's estimated at just over $700,000 this year.
Yes, thanks for that. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
So you'd like the questions as we go along? Okay. Just when we have all these increases, are these policy changes, or would they be specific to that year because of an increase of, say, gas we used or whatever? Or was it a policy that we might expect it next year as well? Because we're future planning as well, right?
So for programs like the gas tax, they have given us, the federal government has given us our allocation to 2028. So we know our allocation. I think it's in 5 or 6 year blocks. The OCIF is based on our infrastructure. So depending on the value of our assets, replacement cost, that's where that number comes from. And it's capped out at 15% per year increase. And OMPF, I think that's one of your favorites, actually. That's based on a whole number of inputs. So I think it's also capped at 20. So I think we're getting the most we can get increase per year.
Okay, thank you. Continue, please.
So the further question, the OCIF, when you say it's based on our infrastructure, would that be based on new infrastructure? Or just they look at it, like it must be an increase, or why would we get an increase unless it was based on, I know I'm in the weeds here, I'm sorry, but I'm very interested in her answer.
So it's based on the current replacement value, which would change depending on new infrastructure and existing infrastructure. So it's going to go, the current replacement value is going to go up when you add new assets to our inventory.
Perfect, thank you. CO, please.
I think what Kelly's attempting to do on the screen, I don't think is going to work. I think the document is such a small, fine document. I think providing it half on the screen and when we do a full screen, it's so small, none of us in this room are going to be able to see it. And I'm not sure whether Nita will be able to see that or not either. So
I'll struggle along if you want to take it down if you like.
Okay, thank you. Please continue, Ellen.
Okay, just want to mention that all of the transfer payments and grants, with the exception of the OMPF, those are transferred to reserves. So those don't affect the bottom line of the budget. Are there any other questions on general revenues? Okay, then I'll move on to the next page. This is council. So not a lot of changes for 2025. This is council wages, council per diems for conferences, meetings, etc. Are there any questions about the council expenses?
No, we're good to go.
Right. Next page is general administration. So this includes all administration staff, and the revenue on this page is from the building department. We charge them rent for use of the municipal office, and that will be an expense in the building department. Are there any questions about the revenues?
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, what's the capital project carry forward of $28,000?
So last year, that was for the asset management plan and the eScribe. They were projects budgeted for in 2023, and then we transferred into reserves amounts to carry forward to 2024.
Right, so this page doesn't actually affect the budget either, more or less, because they're from reserves, is that right?
Well, the 28,000 is last year.
Yeah, Jennifer, look to the far right.
Yeah.
Looking at that column, you're looking in the actuals for 2024, and that's after the year-end adjustments have been made. So
Okay, wait. Okay, got it.
Please continue.
All right, on to the next page. The general administration expenses. So this is general administration wages, benefits. Also in this section is the capital and community grants. And we will go into those in more detail later on today. I wanted to note that one of the grants that council approved last year for the United Way, that was a capital grant, and they actually notified us that they're not going forward with the program. So there's a $5,000 refund noted there. And so that's going back into the budget this year. Council is also committed to $20,000 to the Menasautung Bridge Association and $10,000 in cash or in kind to the McKay Center Dungannon Senior Active Living Center project.
Yeah, okay. And now we're going to cover that in the grants, but please ask a question.
When that came forward, the suggestion at the time that it should go into the budget for grants to communities, but they had a timeline because they had 50,000 from the government and they needed our 10,000. So we approved it at that time. But I'm wondering why this wouldn't be included in the capital grant or the community grants page. Because it was a community grant, it just came in at a bad time and we had to pre-approve it because there was a grant deadline.
Okay, thanks for the question.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. We can add it to the list in terms of like the total and look at that in section 8.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah, I think that's important because we may well have more that come in. And in our community granting policy, we have a maximum of 50,000. So if we're giving out 10,000 at a different time of year, it still needs to come in that budget item. That's my comment to that. And that's, going forward, we might have, it's because of grant opportunities, right? There's deadlines and you have to approve it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, looking at the rest of the administration department, we've allocated the usual expenses for things like audit, legal, office supplies. Just looking at notable things. We're going to continue the work on our asset management plan to meet the 2025 requirements this year. So part of that is incorporating levels of service into the plan. So we've allocated amount to continue the work on the plan, and that will come back to council sometime probably in June. Are there any other questions about general administration?
No, I think we're good to go.
Okay, moving on to conservation authorities. So here we have MVCA's regular and special project levies, and the details of those can be found in section 7. And also in the section is tree expenses for the tree program, and then expected revenues to offset the program costs. No real changes to this budget from last year in terms of items. Are there any questions about conservation authorities? All right, moving on to protective inspection and control. So this is a really quite a broad department. It includes everything from fire to policing to animal control, property standards, bylaw enforcement, really a lot in this one department. We have our shares of the fire boards that we are part of, and then the OPP costs that were provided to us at the end of 2024. New for this year is the short-term rental committee. So we budgeted an amount for the volunteer committee members for their stipend. And there's also a $2,000 allocation for the community safety and well-being plan. The Huron committee has provided a work plan and proposed projects for each lower tier municipality to complete. So that's where that amount comes from. Are there any questions about this section?
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Two questions, actually. Under the property standards expenses, I don't really know what that is. We spent 18,000 last year and we didn't budget for anything then, and we're not budgeting for anything now. So I'm just wondering, what is that expense?
Sure. Those are usually expenses that we incur and then we bill on to the property owner. So things like if grass has to be cut or junk has to be removed, and then we invoice the property owner for the costs.
Okay. The other question, and that's a great explanation, makes perfect sense. Thank you. The other question, and people are asking me how it works, so I think I might as well just ask you, $3,600 for coyote claims. Is that also an in and out? Like, do we get paid by the province or something, or how would you ever budget for coyotes? Because there's a lot this year.
Yeah. So there's a bounty on the coyotes, and the county will issue us a payment once the claim is submitted. I think that's Florence is the coyote gal. Sorry. But so on the revenue side, you can see there's the $3,600 revenue and then the $3,600 expense. So it's an in and out, yeah.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Down in policing, I know they rolled it back, so we're 952,000. But underneath that, it's the board. Is that just honorarium, that 4,100, or do we pay the board as well?
That's a new board as of 2024, and it's a requirement of the policing. The Community Safety and Policing Act. It is now a requirement to have a detachment board that I think advises the OPP. Mark might be able to speak more to the detachment board, but they provide us with a budget amount for this year.
Okay, thank you. CAO, please.
I was just going to say the last comment she said, they provided us the budget and we paid our share.
So,
Right
okay,
on.
so
Okay,
we got to pay to get paid. Oh, sorry.
thank you. Yep, please continue.
Are there any other questions about protective inspection and control? Most of the details can be found in section 7 related to the other board budgets for fire, medical center. Like the details are in section 7. So,
On the police,
Councillor Snoblin, please.
thank you. On the policing, Ellen, we did get an offset of 163,000 and change. Do you expect that that's going to happen annually?
I expect the cost of policing to go up next year. I think any relief the province has provided may be short term. It's only pushing the expenses off for another year, so we'll see. Hopefully, it's not. I mean, it was a big jump, but we'll see.
I believe other council members from other townships were expressing concern about that over the past few months since all of that came out. And I was wondering how it was going to show up in our budget. Looks like about a 21% increase. Is that about right?
Well, yeah. So, like, just looking at the cost, like 163,000, that alone is about a 2.5% increase to the levy. So, I can appreciate that it does create challenges when developing the budget, and that like we want to stick to a palatable levy increase, but when you're challenged with policing alone being that high, yeah, it is a challenge.
When you mentioned that 163,000 equates to 2.5% of the levy, I appreciate that equation.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forster?
Thanks, Glenn. The livestock evaluator, you have him budgeted at 4,000, but he was 23,000, but why didn't you up that? I think I'm reading the right line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So that line also includes any livestock claims for, again, I'm not very great at describing this, but like if livestock is killed by a coyote and then a claim is submitted to the province, farmers will be reimbursed for the value of their sheep or whatever. And so in the revenue section, there's livestock recovery, and the 22,000 is revenue to offset that expense that we paid out to the farmers. So it's in and out for those claims.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
And we
CEO, please.
budget a little bit in there just in case it wasn't eligible, but we still paid the farmer.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we do pay our livestock evaluator a small amount for like his mileage and his cost to go and look at the damage.
Okay. Yep, please continue.
Okay, so roads administration is the wages for the public work superintendent and just general roads expenses and revenue that's not attached to any specific job. So revenue here is rent we collect on our farmland that we have agreements with a couple farmers, and then any entrance permits or work done on unassumed roads. That's the revenue there. And then in the expenses, it's any training or conferences and insurance for the liability portion of the Public Works Department. Are there any questions about roads admin?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Roads overhead includes items that cannot be charged with a specific job. So sick time, vacation time, and then any training and conferences for public works staff. Any questions on roads overhead?
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Well, I'm not sure it's on the roads overhead, but I imagine we've done quite a bit of overtime for snow removal this year. Where in the budget would it be showing up here?
So overtime for the Public Works Department will go to the job in which the overtime was earned or worked.
Because I noticed their wages went down and I thought, this doesn't look
so,
right.
so the overtime for snow plow operators will go to the snow plowing. Is that what it's called?
It's in the snow blowing. It's snow plowing, but
Snow plowing, yeah.
So just to clarify, so we're looking at the wages and there's a set wage, and then if they do overtime or whatever, that goes in a different category to an actual job that they have to do?
It will go to the wage line of that department. So we don't break out separate lines for overtime and regular. But the payroll system tracks that.
Okay.
Good. CEO, additional, please.
it all gets cost to the job, whatever job you do. If they're snow plowing, if they're grading, it doesn't matter, whatever wage plus overtime.
Perfect. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so the Public Works operating budget, it's broken down by function. So we have bridges and culverts, and this is all maintenance. So the operating budget is maintenance, and then the capital budget is capital projects. So bridges and culverts, we're doing I'm just trying to see. There's no major changes for 2025. I look to Tom if there's any items you want to speak to as we go through them, then just.
But this is all maintenance and
Yeah.
operations. There's no capital
Yeah.
in this. This is regular bridge stuff, roadside grass cutting, things like that.
Yeah, so roadside grass mowing, we hire a contractor to complete that, and that's the services line. Brushing and tree trimming. Again, no major changes. all of the wages have been indexed based on the cost of living increases and any projected changes that Tom has identified. So if he says, oh, we're going to be doing more tree trimming this year, we might have upped that budget for wages slightly. But other than that, there's no real notable changes in the Public Works operating. If there's any specific questions, let us know.
Councillor Forster, please.
Okay, thanks. On the tree removal, are we getting ahead of the dead ash problem or is still a lot?
Thank you. Tom, please.
I think we're doing a great job with the dead ash and we're keeping on track with them. There's a lot of dead trees to remove and we are doing the best we can to stay ahead of it.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The, under snow plowing, last year our actual was 394 and this year you're predicting 616,000. So is that taking into account the spring for that extra and then next year maybe more, or like?
Obviously, we've had a ton of overtime for snow plowing. Also, we've added another full-time employee out of Wawanosh. So when we're asking about the overtime for snow plowing, that's where it's reflected.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, yeah, so you already know what the spring cost was, so you're just guesstimating at what the fall will be.
Yeah, and it's difficult because I have no idea what's going to happen next fall. So I've just projected heavy end of the year this year and then like a regular amount the following.
Okay, I'm a little disappointed. Everybody told me you would be able to tell me what was going to happen next fall.
Yep. Councillor Forster, please.
Okay, how far are we into that 600,000 already? Just roughly.
I can look that up, Alan. You carry on.
Okay, I remember when we were preparing the budget earlier this month, we did look at that number and we ended up bumping the wages a bit because we were surprised at how high it already was. So, okay, let's move on to. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip over the operating. There's really, unless there's specific questions about functional categories departments, I certainly can't really speak to them, but if
CAO, do you have a comment, please?
Sorry to interrupt, Alan. You're doing a wonderful job. I just found Wayne's answer. So the snow plowing budget to date is $169,855.96. $169,855.96.
Good with that, Councillor Forster?
Yeah, I thought it'd be higher than that, so thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Sorry, Alan.
Yeah, please continue.
That's okay. I wanted to just ask if the most recent payroll was posted.
I'm not sure, but that's the numbers I have in front of me.
Okay. All right. Looking at page 14 of section 2, these are the budgets for the work sheds. So any supplies or small tools that are purchased for the sheds are expensed to these categories. And for municipal drains, we budget a amount for the township's portion of any municipal drain maintenance that may get billed out in the year. And that's just a blanket amount. Last year we spent just under 30 or 43,000, so 100,000 is just our best guess. I'm going to skip over page 16 and 17, which is the roads capital, because the bulk of the $4 million we're going to have to cut or transfer from reserves is in this budget. So
we'll come back to this.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Okay. Please continue.
Page 18 is a consolidated section for Public Works equipment and machinery. So we don't budget an amount for the vehicles and the machinery. We are expected to recover those costs through internal equipment rental revenue and expenses. The 13,500 is the insurance amount, which is known for the vehicles. So I've included that there.
Yeah, Councillor Miltenberg, please.
It's only 13,500 to insure all our vehicles?
That is just the automobile portion. Like the liability, which is probably the biggest part of the insurance premium, is not assigned to the individual vehicles.
That's fine. I wanted to use this insurance company if that was what the number
Me too.
was.
Thank you. Please continue.
Moving on to gravel pit farms. So this section is for the township-owned gravel pits. Revenue here is, that's for the farm rental of the gravel pit farm land. And then we've budgeted 75,000 for the township's gravel pit. We have our current gravel pit in Ashfield. We have land that was purchased, and we're going to continue the work on that gravel pit license this year. And we've budgeted $20,000 to transfer from reserve, which will be carried forward from last year.
CAO and then Councillor Miltenberg, please.
So in case council doesn't know, we purchased the Reed Farm, which is directly west of our landfill site, and we're working on the process of getting that license as a licensed gravel pit for municipal use. So that's to the left on Glens Hill Road.
And that's for future. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, so just a question about that cost, because we budgeted 75, we spent 40, which realistically would think, well, okay, there's still 35 left, but we budgeted 75 again. Do we have a big number that we're aiming for? Is it a multi-year process that we're paying for this?
Tom, please.
So I've been working on this with RJ Burnside over the last year and a half. We've done a year's worth of water studies. We've done the archaeological study. We've consulted with the indigenous groups. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, there's 6 indigenous groups that have needed to be consulted in our area. And there have been costs associated with that, and there will be future costs associated with that are not set in stone. So in order to have a reasonable amount in there for the pit license, I left it at 75. This year we're going to be doing an environmental study, and then hopefully shortly after that get the actual application in. So there's been all sorts of surveys and studies and paying people, and it's been a process.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
So further to that question, that's a great explanation. When you talk about an environmental study, there's different levels that we have to do, and 75 would be really cheap unless we got away with the cheapest one. Or it would probably be over a year or something. Would it be the environmental? I can't imagine we'd get an environmental study for that amount of money. I'm just wondering if you need more.
I'm comfortable with the amount of money we have in there. We're not applying for a below water table permit. So with the work we've already done, I think the 75 bearing unforeseen requests from outside groups should cover it.
Perfect. Thank you. Please continue on.
Okay, moving right along to street lighting. Street lights are user pay. So anyone who lives in a area that has street lights will get a small charge on their tax bill, and then we pay for hydro and any maintenance on those street lights, and then surpluses are transferred to reserves at the end of the year. So details of the streetlight charges are in section 4, but there's no changes proposed for this year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
I understand this. I mean, it's the same every year. The question I have more is to the process, because if you look at what they have in reserves, some have quite a bit, some don't have hardly any. And is there a number where we say, okay, I think they have enough in reserves? Because I think they're all charged differently, or they're all charged the same, but it goes in, or you know what I'm trying to say. I can see you nodding. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. Ellen?
Yeah, so they all have different charges, and I think it's based on the number of streetlights and the cost it would be to replace those streetlights. I don't really know the history of the streetlight reserves, but looking at what we paid to have the new LED streetlights put in a few years ago, we could know the replacement cost of those streetlights, and I would say once the reserve is at the replacement cost, then that would be sufficient. In terms of, I don't know, you wouldn't want to remove the charge completely, but it certainly could be reduced. But then that would be a decision of council.
Okay, I'd like to defer to our historian, CAO Becker, on this, please.
Yeah, so we have reserves for a reason, because there are repairs and maintenance that have to be done, and sometimes they can flip the other way, and we have to transfer from reserves, and if we build those reserves to replace those street lights, those lights were done in maybe 2019, if I recall, for LED, and they definitely it was a good thing to do. However, if we have to replace some of those lights in the future, which will need to be done, it's nice to have a cushion, and if they need to install any more lights, if the community expands and gets a little bit bigger, let's say in Dungan we expand, there's a developer comes in, expands the road down, well, that money's there to put the streetlights in. So I don't think there is any number that Ellen says we cap at, but we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Thank you for that. Is that good? Follow-up, Councillor Milton?
Yeah, the final comment was, actually, am I supposed to be keeping an eye on that? Or you'll be like, someday you might say, I think this one has enough reserves, so we might come back to council with a staff report or something like that. Is that how that would work, that process?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Please continue.
Okay, so moving on to the water department. Water is also funded by user fees, so it doesn't affect the tax rate, the municipal tax rate. Water rates for 2025 to 2030 were set in the updated Waterworks financial plan last December. Details of that are in section 4. So we have about 425 water system users over the 6 systems. So that's the revenue in the budget of $671,000. That's the water service rate. Then we also have the Ben Miller sewer expenses and revenue in this section, and that money we collect and then pay it to the Ben Miller Inn for the operation of the Ben Miller sewer system. We've also included the rest of the costs for the Century Heights expansion project, and that will be funded through a combination of development charges and capital connection charges from new water users. So that will be recovered over time, and in the meantime, interim funding will be coming from the township's reserves. So it's an internal loan for that portion. We expect that once building permits start to get issued for the new subdivisions in Saltford, then we'll start recovering the costs. We've also included some capital items.
Excuse me, I think Deputy Mayor had a question or comment.
Yes, thank you. Just a general comment. It's not even on the budget here, but when we have somebody who damages one of these water systems, are they charged, not the people using it? Because that was a question I got asked the other day, how that works. Because I'll give you, for instance, Ben Miller Inns down, or not Ben Miller, Ben Miller Hall, when they were putting the cable in, like the what you call it, internet cable, they went through the line and busted it on the weekend. And I know it was quite a charge. Viola was going to charge us. So do we then charge the people who did that? Because I also heard down on the lake there, somebody caught one with a backhoe. And I know the people don't want to pay it because it wasn't their fault. They're just paying for water.
Tom, please.
I contacted Here and Tell about the bill, and I sent it over to Weber to cover.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that. And we do that with all our systems. So if it's not a break or something, if it's, somebody wanders in there with a backhoe, we charge them.
Anyone that's doing any work on township property, first of all, you're supposed to get a municipal consent to do the work that indicates that you're insured. Secondly, you're supposed to get a locates from Ontario 1 call. And thirdly, do not hit my stuff.
You're good? Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Miltberg.
More to the process here. The internal loan, and we're going to get it back eventually, developing fund, capital connections, over time. I happen to remember there was 411 users when I came on in 10 or 12 years ago, and now there's 425. So it doesn't really expand at a real rapid rate. So do we have any idea of when that money would be, like, in a perfect world with no tariffs and people are building like normally? Are we talking a couple years? Are we talking 5? Or like, do we have an idea?
So the Waterworks financial plan uses the estimate of 10 new users per year once the subdivision is issuing building permits. And again, Joy might know the status of that development.
For building permits in Salford, sorry.
Get close to the lake, it's like very soft-spoken, like,
I'm just wondering if
So- Currently, we do not have any movement in Salford Estates or in Salford Heights for building permits. Salford Estates is ready to go as soon as someone is ready to start.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's 156 potential new connections in Salford, and BM Ross has provided an estimate of 10 per year. Obviously, some years there's going to be fewer than 10, and some years there may be more. But it will be a long-term recovery.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Veolia has provided us with the capital expense list for this year, and that can be found in section 6, the detail. Not all those items will get completed, but the high priority ones will. And for example, last year we budgeted 61 and only 7,000 was completed. So it all depends on the timing of Veolia and what they can do in a year, but they will address the high priority items. That's my understanding. Any surpluses are transferred to reserves at the end of the year, and if there is a deficit, then that is transferred from reserves. Are there any questions about water or sewer?
We're good to go. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the landfill sites. So here we have revenue expenses for the Ashfield landfill. Revenues are from tipping fees and any scrap metal that we might take to the recyclers. No real changes proposed for 2025. Wages are the same as last year's budget. We budgeted an amount for any services like shingle shipping and what else? We sometimes have to remove things from the landfill that can't stay there. So that's what that shingle shipping and services are. And are there any questions about the landfill?
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
I'm aware anecdotally that when our waste management supplier missed pickups, our township guys would go and get it, or summer students or somebody. That's what I heard on the street. Would their wages be included in here, or are they just under general wages? Just out of curiosity.
Tom, please.
That gets filed under B2 littering, so there should be a wages line for that somewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Forster.
Oh, thank you. Machinery rental, what is that for?
It's for the bulldozer at the landfill.
So the bulldozer, payload, or whatever we use equipment at the landfill site, and it goes back to what I said earlier, that all equipment's charged to the actual job, so we get a fair idea what the job cost.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, I'm just wondering, how much longer, or is it just day by day, for the Mid-Huron site that we're tucked in there at 4,700 every year, and I know they put in guesstimate of like 10 or 20 years on it before they can close that down. Any idea when that would happen, or will it ever be closed down?
I can speak to that. I'm on that committee. It's ongoing, and don't hold your breath on that cost being eliminated. We won't be here.
So a long time, in other words.
You got it. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, the Wawanosh landfill site, this is a closed landfill, so we have ongoing costs for engineering and monitoring of the site. And that is provided by RJ Burnside. So that's the 17,000 engineering expense. Waste collection includes revenue from bag tag sales, and then the expense is related to our contract with Waste Management. This year's budget has been prepared based on the existing contract that's in place until April, and then the estimated contract that Waste Management provided last month. But that is subject to change if council approves a different service level for the waste collection. So I do believe that's coming to a future council meeting once we have the proposal from Waste Management.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Forster.
Okay, thank you. So it's the Wawanosh landfill, is that in our lifetime, or that'll go on forever too?
Tom, please.
So with all landfills in Ontario, after they're capped, you have to keep monitoring them for a period of time. Eventually, when the levels of pollution drop, you are permitted to test fewer wells, or you don't have to test so much surface water. But at any point, the Ministry of the Environment, and this has happened to me in the past, can come back and say, we want you to go and have a look at it. So the money will go down, but it'll never go away.
Right on. CAO, please.
When I first came here, the old Ashfield site was already closed, and we paid into that and monitoring for probably 20 years after that. So it's a long time. So you'll never see the end of that, Wayne.
But the Ashfield one, we don't do that no more, right?
I don't think that's in here anymore. I think that's completed now. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay, recycling collection. So at the end of April, this recycling will move to the producer responsibility model. Waste Management will continue to collect our recycling, but we will not be responsible for the payment. So that's why the budget amount is significantly less this year. Moving on to municipal drains. This is largely user pay, so any maintenance done on municipal drains is invoiced out to landowners the following year, and we do pay for a drainage superintendent services. So that's what's included in this budget amount.
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, when I first got on, we had a lot of municipal drains, and now we get them once every so many years, so I kind of forget how it works. Because we approve them, but it's the province that manages it, or how does it work?
Okay, I'll defer to CAO, please.
I think Florence had her hand up, so let her.
Yep. Okay, yeah, that's where I was going. Florence is our drainage specialist.
That was self-induced. So years ago, there were a number of reports that were outstanding from some engineers, and through a little bit of negotiating and work, we managed to make a lot of work for ourselves in getting them completed. So that stated, the province issues a 1/3 grant for drainage. So maintenance as well as capital work gets 1/3 funding from the province. So.
Yep. Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Miltenberg?
Further.
Absolutely.
So we see it because it's just going in and out of our.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we are on to page 31, building department. The building department is responsible for building, planning, and development, and plumbing, septic. This year we've continued the COSIP program. And just I want to note, so last year Brett had included the estimated cost of COSIP in the wages, because at that time we weren't sure whether we were going to hire someone on staff or hire a consultant. So that's the discrepancy between the wages budgeted and actual last year, but there were additional costs down on the COSIP expense line. So just a little housekeeping there. Joy has budgeted some additional training this year for new staff, and then the plan for COSIP this year, I understand, is to do more inspections. I think last year we did 250 and now we're doing 500. Yeah.
550 inspections are scheduled or projected to be scheduled this year.
Thank you.
So any deficit in the building department is transferred from the building reserve. That's a legislated requirement to maintain a reserve to offset the cost of the building department. So it is a user pay budget, and it doesn't affect the municipal tax rate. Are there any questions about building? I'm sure Joy could expand on any questions.
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, so this is none of this actually affects our bottom line. And I'm just looking at, because there's lots of questions and comments about septics, of course. So I want to make sure I understand it. Normally I wouldn't nitpick you quite so much, I think. The septic permit fees, we were over budget, but then we've drastically reduced the budget of what we expect. Can you talk to me about what that number means?
Okay, thank you. You're on, Joy.
Sorry, with the community on-site septic inspection program, we've provided exemptions to anyone replacing or repairing their septic systems from paying any septic permit fees. So only brand new septic systems on properties where there was no septic system there before are going to be paying a septic permit fee. So that is why we have drastically reduced our expected income from those permit fees.
Good. Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Please continue.
Okay, moving on to planning. So planning includes revenue from zoning certificates and planning application fees that are allocated to the township. So minor variances and zoning. Wages are related to the building department's time doing reviews of planning applications, issuing zoning certificates, etc. The Economic Development Committee is also in this department. So they have included a budget of $5,000 for this year. And other projects to note are the zoning bylaw review. My understanding is the Lakeshore zoning review is continuing, and a housekeeping bylaw will be coming forward for that. Okay.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, just a quick question. It says the total revenue is 36,000, but our total the cost is 80,275. Our total expense, excuse me, is 116. So we, as a taxpayer, like as a municipality, have to pay the difference between those two, or does that come out of fees somewhere?
Yeah, that is a township tax-supported expense.
Okay, so we're paying roughly $75,000 over and above our fees.
Okay, thank you. CAO, please.
So if you look at last year's actuals, it's only $1,081. I think the big thing is the illegals in here. So if we pass the bylaw or we don't pass the zoning bylaw and that gets appealed, the municipality's on the hook for all the legal fees.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, so Bill and, oh, gosh, we're thinking together, because that was my question too, because I thought this was supposed to be revenue neutral, but basically it wasn't because we never know if we're getting appealed. But otherwise, aren't we aiming for revenue neutral in this category?
Ellen, please.
Yes, that is the goal. There will be expenses like unexpected legal. We don't want to be blindsided, so we do include a big amount there just in case. But the idea is that planning application fees are to offset the cost of providing those services. There will be other things like the Economic Development Committee, that's a tax-supported budget, and then any special projects that the township decides to take on. We've included them in this section, although they're not necessarily planning department expenses. So.
Good. Please continue. Oh, as Councillor Snowden, please.
Thank you. Ellen, could you fill me in on the development charge revenue? Last year's budget was 93,000 and change with an actual of 10,000, but there's nothing for this year. Could you just fill me in a little bit on that?
For sure. So the budgeted development charge revenue last year was related to the growth-related portion of the growth and servicing master plan cost. So the budget last year was 125,000, and we only spent 13,000. So the actual transfer from development charge reserves was 10,000. I believe it's 75% of the project cost was recoverable through development charges.
Okay, good.
I always get kind of messed up with development charges. So the reason you're not budgeting anything this year is?
We don't have any item budgeted, like there's no expense budgeted for the growth and servicing master plan.
Okay.
And there's none of the projects this year are DC eligible.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'll work around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, moving on to general recreation. This is another quite broad category, but it includes a lot. So in revenue, we have revenue from softball registration and any rent from the Ashfield Park. Any donations that come in through the year are also put into this department, or grants, but none have been budgeted this year. In terms of expenses, this is the cost of maintaining the township's parks and our share of Goderich and Lucknow recreation. Also the cost of we have here the Petrie Park, so I believe that's for doing the garbages and the portable toilets in Petrie Park, as well as maintaining the cemeteries, the abandoned cemeteries. This year, I've included a amount for the Ben Miller Playground and Accessible Pathway project. We have applied for a grant for that project, but we won't know if we're successful until June. So in any case, I've budgeted a transfer from reserve of 18,000, and that's the fundraising to date that the Ben Miller Hall Committee has done for the project. So instead of it going to the Ben Miller Hall department, I just thought it was cleaner if it was in this section.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Snowden and then Councillor Blake, please.
Ellen, is it possible to separate what the Ben Miller Playground would be and what the accessible pathway would be, or is that part and parcel all one expense?
The estimated cost of the playground is $150, and the balance is the path and signage and any like engineering required.
Further question?
Please continue.
Can you just refresh my memory so that the folks that came from Ben Miller to, you know, make a delegation about this playground, were they under the impression that part of their fundraising was going towards the accessible pathway as well, or just the equipment?
Just the equipment. So I recall that the Ben Miller Hall Committee was confident that they could raise $50,000 towards the project. So in the grant application submitted, we have taken the $50,000 fundraising out of our request, and the balance is what we've requested in funding. If we're not approved for funding, then we'll have to decide if we want to go ahead with the accessible upgrades as well, and then the scope of the project with the playground.
Okay, please follow up.
I can continue then. So the pathway is an optional thing? Is that what I'm understanding?
The pathway is from the parks concept plan that was developed.
Right.
It just, if you're doing site work, it might make sense to do the pathway at the same time, but again, it's not, I think everything's optional in terms of the park.
And part of that pathway budget part, would that include some in-kind services from the township staff in terms of grading or gravel or anything like that?
It could, yeah.
So I think I wouldn't ask for it today, but at some point as we move forward to this, personally, I'd like to see it somehow separated with what would be in kind, what is a nice to have, and what is something that can be put off. I know that we have regulations about, you know, the Disabilities Act and so on, but if there's a way to defer some of this, that's an awfully steep price for a playground. And I fully endorse playgrounds. I think I go on record as being the person that brought playgrounds to a forefront with this council and made them a priority, but that's a steep price.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Blake and then Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a positive side note, as of a couple days ago and a few really generous donations from some local companies, the Ben Miller Hall Committee is just creeping up on $30,000 raised to date. So I am happy to see an amount in the budget here allocated to the expansion of that playground and that pathway. I do agree with Councillor Snowblin that the amount is a little steep, but nonetheless, I'm happy to see something in there at least that for council to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing us up to date on that fundraising, and we certainly appreciate the efforts of the Ben Miller Group on that. Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without the path, there's no sense of putting a wheelchair accessible equipment in. So they go hand in hand. So you need something that a wheelchair can roll on to get to the equipment and then use it. So I guess if you're going to pull the walkway out, then you might as well pull out the accessible equipment as well, because you can't get to it. So anyways, that just for information. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, I have two comments. One is about the Ben Miller, so I'll start with that. I'm going to assume that the grant is the Ontario Trillium Foundation grant, which is a maximum of $150,000, and we had said before that when you write the grant, it's better if you put money into it, and since the cost is $210, grants also go better if you make them accessible. So there's a difference of, say we get the grant for 150, there's still 210 coming out. So is that assuming that 60 is from the Ben Miller Community Group, or is that adding the 25 as well? Or how is that 210 structured? Because I'm familiar with that grant. If I'm correct, that's the grant you went for.
Yeah, that's correct. So the OTF increased the grant to 200 this year. So our application was a request for 159. And that is based on the budget amount provided by Plural in the Parks Concept Plan, with some components for like professional fees or landscape designers that it's contingency essentially, and then backing out the estimated fundraising from Ben Miller. That's where the 159.4 comes in. So the application to the OTF was with a $50,000 fundraising. Yeah, no township skin in the game at that point. So one thing that council may want to consider is whether the project is approved for funding. That may be a decision of whether or not it goes ahead. But the amounts included in the budget, just so we can have a conversation about how we want to fund it. Because I haven't included anything except for the confirmed fundraising to date of 18.2, but that's great news from Curtis. That.
Yep, please continue.
Yeah, then I would suggest that we approve this based on the fact that we get the grant. And if we don't get the grant, we would scale back the size. We'd have to do it in stages then. But if OTF will give us the money for the playground and accessibility, I don't care how much it is, really. And yes, it is grant money and we still pay those taxes, but it is being given to somebody. If it's not us, we're still paying those taxes. That's how I get my head around that, for anyone who wants to know. Second thing I wanted to talk about was the Petrie Park.
Yeah, excuse me, just for a second.
no.
CAO, would you like to make a comment, please?
Ellen kind of pulled the words out of my mouth, but we're going to revisit this once
Yeah.
we get the determination, the OTF grant. That'll come back.
Yeah.
So maybe at that time, Ellen can have the split. If we get the grant, we may have to split it apart, but because this is contingent on the grant as well. So let's just wait till that all happens. And once we hear back from OTF, we can have that discussion at that time.
Yes, that'll be discussion for another day. Clerk, did you have a comment? You're good? Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, so further into this category, I've mentioned it a couple times. I had a meeting with them. A letter came in late. It's the Petrie Park. It's their, and forgive me, whoever's listening if I get the number wrong, 160th anniversary is in 2026. It's also the 200th anniversary of the Huron Tract. They would like to put on a pavilion, gazebo, whatever the big word is. They have some funds. They are going to be requesting that we either write a grant for them or help them or in kind. But they do wish to start perhaps late in 2025. They were thinking about getting quotes, and I said, that's not actually. It needs to come to us first, just like Ben Miller did. We have to approve that, yes, it's our municipal land, and we're thinking of this. The point of this, because it's not in the budget, there is going to be a request coming from not Ben Miller, Port Albert. Right, so I looked at the capital grants policies, and the one that they would fall under is if you want to improve municipal land or buildings. And at that point, the policy reads that we will fund 25%, but the deadline is January 31st. So I guess I'd like to revisit those policies or at least look at them. And I don't know if I bring that up under new business because I know it's not what we're talking about now. But I would hate for Port Albert not to be able to do exactly what Ben Miller is doing. And they're fundraising now for it. But they just didn't make the January 31st deadline because they're just a few months behind Ben Miller. So I'm not sure how to proceed with that. But I'd like to make council aware that there is going to be a request, but our policy says it has to be by January 31st.
Okay, thank you. I'll defer to our clerk, please.
I would suggest that any policy review relevant to the decisions should be done at a council meeting. So at the next meeting, you can ask for it under new business, and then we'll bring something forward.
Perfect, thank you. Please continue.
Just a little clarification on the policy. Kelly just noted here that improvement of municipal property, we will fund up to 50% based on the policy. And there is a note, it does say complete applications received before January 31st will be reviewed and considered as part of the annual budget process, and then follows applications received after the deadline will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So the policy does have room for evaluating applications received mid-year.
And
Okay,
coming in there.
thank you. Please, Councillor Milberg.
Thank you, because that, I think, is what I told them at their January 31st meeting. I said, but I think you can do it later in the year. Don't panic here. And then I saw that I read the policy incompletely. So thank you, Kelly. And
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Are there any other questions about the general recreation? There is a lot in this one little page, so if anything comes up, we can circle back. Moving on to St. Helens Hall. This is revenue and expenses related to the community hall. No real changes expected here in 2025. Then we have the Ben Miller ball diamonds, and this is the cost of maintaining the ball diamonds and the grounds. Any revenue there is from the ball diamond rentals from the public, or I think maybe the slow pitch leagues. For 2025, the Lucknow Recreation Department is going to take on the maintenance. Up until now, we were hiring a contractor to do that, and the cost just kept getting higher and higher. So we are going to use the services of Lucknow Rec, and that's great. Any questions about the Ben Miller Ball?
Oh, good to go. Thank you.
Okay, next is the Ben Miller Community Hall. Again, this is expenses related to the hall. I've included the donations received to date as a revenue and then an expense, transferring that to reserves, and then that's been transferred into the General Recreation Department. Any questions about Ben Miller?
Oh, please
Okay.
continue.
Last but not least, the Colborne Cemetery. So this is the cost of maintaining the cemetery and revenue related to burials and miscellaneous services. And this year includes a new landscape trailer. Our cemetery caretaker also does the grass cutting here at the office and Ashfield Park and I think some other properties. So they will use the trailer to move the lawnmower from site to site. So we have included a new trailer in the budget.
Okay, Councillor Milberg, please.
was this supposed to be, or is it our aim that this is revenue neutral as well? Because I remember when we were purchasing the mausoleum, we had a lot of conversations about what should the price be. So are we, I mean, clearly it would be better if more people died, we'd make more money. But is that kind of the aim we're going? I don't mean that. You know, I don't mean it that way.
As opposed to mausoleum, you meant the columbarium, correct?
Yes, whatever that word
Correct.
is. Yes.
Ellen, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure the actual rules about cemeteries, but I think the idea is that it should be revenue neutral as much as possible, and cemetery fees should be reviewed periodically to make sure that we are covering our costs. Cemeteries are also considered parks, so it does fall under that parkland recreation services to some extent, which is tax funded largely. So I think reviewing the fees is not a bad idea, but again, you want to make sure that people are still buying cemetery plots and you don't want to price yourself out of that market. So,
Okay, thank you. Clerk, do you have a comment on this, please?
So yes, they should be revenue neutral. To that end, we haven't reviewed our cemetery fees since I've been here. Not to a degree as, you know, there's been a couple changes and some additions due to the columbarium and some required legislative changes, but no, there hasn't. So again, this would be another topic that should a member of council see that there's an opportunity to look at that would be a council meeting new business request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
So if there's no other questions about the operating budget, that brings us to the last page where
I would like to chime in on the cemetery.
Councillor Snowden, please.
Thank you. I'm in total agreement with Clerk and Jennifer that I believe that this should be a revenue neutral item as well. And I guess I don't know if you can provide me with the answer, but the columbarium was built right about the time that I came on to council. And as Jennifer said, that, it's all dependent on, who's looking to buy one, how fast you sell them, and people that are looking to buy one are usually at a stage in life that we prefer not to think about. But what is the vacancy rate in the columbarium? And is there any effort being put towards trying to promote that?
Okay, thank you, Clerk, please.
So looking at the map of the columbarium, the layouts, I would say it's probably about 50% sold. That stated, we are not permitted through the Funeral, Burials, and Cremations Act to advertise the availability of a columbarium. So it's not something that we can quote promote. So I think 50%, I mean, there are 90 spaces available, I think, or quite there, and it's over, I think it's about over half. So 2018 is when the columbarium was installed.
Right. That's better than I had thought, so I'm happy with that. But I hope I can remember to bring that up under new business at some point in a council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So please conclude this, Ellen.
Yes, so looking at the last page of section 2, the amount, current deficit of the budget as prepared is just under 4.3 million. And as mentioned, most of that is contained in the roads capital budget. So I would say now would be a good time to move on to roads capital. Maybe a break or, yeah.
Okay, thank you for this. So we've concluded this section. We're all good with that. Let's break for come back at 10:30. Okay, it is 10:22. Okay, we will now resume our meeting. I think it would be appropriate to go to our community grant section. So let's do that at this point, and then we'll go to the roads after that. So please continue, lead us through this, if you would, please, Ellen.
Okay, so turning to section 8. And Kelly has provided an updated cover summary sheet for this section, which you all should have received. And that the change is that the eligible amount is 75% of the project budget for each request. So just a minor change has been presented. So I suppose we go request by request, and then council can have a discussion, and I'll make notes as we go. So the first request is from the Dungannon Pro Rodeo, and the request is sponsorship for the event in $5,000.
Councillor Hickey, please.
So when we go through this process, are you looking for a show of hands or motion, or how do we go through step by step with this?
Clerk, please.
I would suggest a show of hands in agreement. And then once the budget, that bottom line budget number that you agree on will come back. Okay.
Right on. Okay. So do you have any further comments on this request from Dungannon Pro Rodeo, Ellen?
Sorry, do you have any comments?
Yep.
No.
Okay. We've all read it. They do great work. They give the money back to the community, and they've highlighted what they intend to do this year, and they're actually expanding their needs. So that's why this request has come in this way.
Ellen,
Councillor Snowblin, please.
just because of all these technical issues I'm having, my computer won't download the large device that Kelly just sent me. So I'm still back on my phone again. Can you just give me an idea of what page of 256 we're on? Or 260 pages?
Anita, we're on page 190.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So we good with this? Show of hands if we are, please. Okay, and that's supported by council. Please, the next one.
Okay, the next one is a request from the Dungannon Senior Citizen Center for an outdoor storage shed to support their programs and services. The request was originally for $5,000, but the eligible amount of 75% of that is adjusted, so the request is for $3,750.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Well, I originally was going to say it was not eligible because this is for programs and events, and that is a shed, which is a capital item. But I also think I'm looking at it, and the guidelines for our community grant are a maximum of $5,000 per organization, and this organization has received $10,000 already from us for their McKay Center grant that we pre-approved because it was a budget thing. So I think it's ineligible on 2 accounts, and based on the fact that we gave them $10,000, I'm going to ask a new business at the next meeting that we review our capital grant policy, because there's a couple here that we're not actually following our own policy. And all that means is we've been working on the policy, and every time we do it, we go, I think that needs to be tweaked again. So if the number's not right, then we should change the number. And if the number is right, then we should talk about that the next time when we're doing a pre-approval on a budget. So I think that the $10,000 that we pre-approved for $10,000 should be added into this budget, which again says in our policy, and we can change it, I know, but the policy says a maximum of $50,000. The policy says a maximum of $5,000 per organization, and our policy says a maximum of $2,000 for in-kind services. That's just what our policy says. So when I looked at these yesterday and then looked at our policy, I thought, that doesn't actually fit our policy. So based on that, those two reasons, one, it's not a program or event, it's a capital item. And number two, they actually have already received 10,000. I do not agree with this one.
Okay, Councillor Hickey, please.
Just a question on your comment about overlap, because they already received the 10,000. The 10,000 was for McKay Center, which is an outside program coming in at their facility. So do you still think that's overlap? Because it's not really the senior center that got that 10,000, it's the McKay Center on their property.
Thank you for that. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
I do think it's for that because the actual amount for that program is 60,000 being spent solely in Dungannon, and the 10,000 is for a caretaker for that center, for a cook for that center. It's everything for that center. So I think that that 10,000 was a community grant for programs at the center, which is what this program is for. So that's the overlap, and regardless of that, it's not a program or event. It would have to come in, and it doesn't fit the other one. I did check that.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you concur with these comments? Please.
I think the comments are fair, yeah. The interpretation of the request was that the request for the shed will help them facilitate the programming that they're doing. That was how Kelly and I interpreted it. And the rationale for leaving the $10,000 out of this summary was that I think on that point, Jennifer, is that the $10,000 amount isn't in line with a typical community grant request. So it was just a standalone item in the general budget. But by all other definitions, it is a community grant, but it just doesn't really fit into the policy prescription of the program. So it's up to council on this one, whether to support or not. I think you could argue it either way.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Miltenberg, and then Hickey and Vanstone, please.
And my comments are based on the conversation we had at the time. At the time, we said this needs to be requested at budget, and we didn't but it is for 2025 programming. That's my take on it. It is for 2025 programming and events at the Dungannon Senior Center, which is what the point of this grant is. And the fact that they got extra, we as a council said that's okay. And that's why I think maybe if the numbers are right, the numbers are wrong, we have one-offs, but we did say at the time that it needs to come to budget. And the only reason we did it back then as a standalone was because of the grant deadline. And that's significant to me.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hickey, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. On their front page of their application, they did check supply of equipment and materials. So they're not hiding it that it's for a program or project that they're trying to do. It is an option that they checked. Equipment and materials is an option for the request that they put in.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if we could highlight these ones that we aren't 100% sure of. And then, because according to this, out of $50,000, we're going to have money left over at the bottom. And, we might as well give it to them if so be. But if we run out of money, I think Jennifer's right that they've already had their fair share. So it should go to somebody else. So I was just wondering if we could do that. Thank you.
Sure. Do you want to come back, revisit this one? Okay, let's continue on with number 3, the elementary school fair.
Okay, number 3 is a request of $300 from the elementary school fair. Yeah.
And I'll ask for a show of hands if we're in support of this. Who can say no to that? Please continue with number 4, the Friends of Balls Bridge 160th anniversary event, long table dinner.
Yes, this is a request in the amount of $5,000. Kelly, did you receive any other information about the budget from this request?
Deputy Clerk, please.
They did provide a budget outline with full details of all their expected expenses. So.
Okay, thank you. CEO, please.
I'm wondering maybe since it's not included in the package here, maybe I'll just quickly read what they forwarded on to Kelly last night.
Please.
Does that sound fair? So in that updated sheet, it shows that they have 17,300. So out of that 17,000, these are their estimated costs. And the only reason I'm reading is because we just got it last night. Washrooms, $500. Table and chair rentals, $2,500. Tablecloths and service dishes, $1,000. Lighting and power setup, $1,000. Food and beverage, $7,500. Possibly some will be donated. Entertainment and music, $1,500. Marketing and promotion, $2,000. A liquor license, $300. Insurance event, $500. Volunteer meals and thank you items, $500. Miscellaneous costs, $500, for a total estimated cost of $17,300.
Okay, so this is for an event there now. I'm just going to ask a question. This is a bridge that is jointly managed by Central Huron and us. Would there be any request of Central Huron that we're aware of, or is this on ACW's responsibility?
They noted in the application that a request is being made to Central Huron as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are we good with this? Show of hands, please. And that is supported by council. Thank you. Please continue on with the Gateway, number 5.
Gateway Center of Excellence in Rural Health. This is a request for financial assistance for $5,000, and it's for their Brave F initiative.
I could speak to this a little bit, and that's just the fact that this is a very, very worthwhile program. They put on a program at Camp Kalani in the summer, and the whole attempt is to try to get to young people that are in the healthcare interest profession, to encourage them to come to Huron County and specifically to Goderich Hospital. So they do great work in this. Councillor Hickey.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk down this project at all. I'm just questioning the breakdown of the budget. Personnel, mileage, volunteer gifts, and administration. Is that stuff that's usually covered by a community grant, or are we restrictive on that when people ask? It just seems that that's a good chunk of their 7,200 in the budget proposed, and it just seems to be a lot of administrative stuff in that.
Okay, Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Not specific to this request, but to grant writing in general. When it's a bigger project and you have to say, where specifically is your money going? You pick the ones that are easy. You know, like, could just have easily have said, you know, and I'm not looking at it, electricity, $75. Like, there's a whole bunch of smaller ones, but when I do it, I just say, pick the big ones because it's a lot less writing. If the total cost is that, then does it really matter which portion of it all? Because I can assure you the governing body, unless they're really different from ours, doesn't say this goes here, this goes here. It's in a pot, and then you just pay everybody. That's my comment.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we're in support of this. And that is supported. Thank you very much. Please continue. Number 6, the Huron County Pride.
Okay, Huron County Pride has requested $2,000 for their Huron County Pride event on June 7th.
Okay, supported this in the past. Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you. I have a category of religion, culture, belief, and political views I don't think we should be supporting. So for that, I can't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from council? Councillor Miltenberg, please.
I don't think they fall into any of that category. And furthermore, I think when we create a policy, let's say there's something for golf. I'm going to say this, it'll make me unpopular. I hate golf. I would never support anything golf, but it's public funds and some of our people support golf. So if there was an event that involved community that golfers wanted, it's not for me, I think, as an elected official to say golf's not really worth it and it's not in the category I like. I like some of these I'm not overly excited about, but they're for a branch of our community and it clearly fits our community granting policy. So I don't think we're here to judge that way. So I have no issue with this.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we're in support of this. $2,000. Those are in favor. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Please continue on with Kingsbridge on 21, number 7.
Kingsbridge on 21 has requested $3,495 for their programming, summer youth activities in July and August this year. And so it's supporting the arts.
Okay, questions, comments? I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we're supportive of this. And that is supported by council. Thank you very much. Please continue on with the Lucknow District Cadets.
The Lucknow and District Cadets have requested $4,875 for their beauty and a brunch event scheduled for November 9th. Yes, I think this is one that we supported last year.
Correct. And Kinsmen and Cadets do a great job in our community. Comment, Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, and again, this is why I'm bringing this to new business. We did support it last year, and that's when we looked at our policy and said, well, it's not even being held and da, 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 da. So we looked at the policy after it last year. And number one, the eligibility is the organization must have a clearly stated purpose and function that result in an improvement in community services within the township of Ashfield-Colborne-Wawanosh. This is not within our municipality. This event could easily be moved to Dungannon for the exact same price. And again, it's in here in Kinloss, in not our area or our building. And yes, our residents will go, but I don't think 75% of those attendees are going to be from ACW. So it also has a line that I think that really just needs to come out. And it's number 15, which says, applications for projects that do not use township property must include letters of permission from the property owner unless the organization owns the property. Well, they don't. So that clearly is missing from the application, which I don't think matters. I'm just looking at our community granting policy with big picture eyes going, this is new, this is only our second year, let's keep tweaking it. And they also have to prove that they need the funds. And so far, like we used to ask to see financials, but now we're just saying, prove that it's a good thing without asking, do you actually have the money? And I think that's also missing from our community granting policy, but again, it's not in it, so it shouldn't be judged unfairly because it's not in it. But I am struggling with this one because, again, we gave it to them last year because it fit our community granting policy, but it's not really what we're aiming to fund with our community granting policy. At least that's my opinion. So I'm kind of on the fence about this one. It does, by the letter of the law, almost, well, actually, it doesn't really. It could be argued either way, that it fits. But I also think that we need to change our policy.
Okay, thank you for that. I would suggest that there's a line in here that really I think we need to take into consideration. That is the fact that they give back to the community with whatever money they raise. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and that was just one thing I was going to say. I would like to see if an organization like this sends in for a request, I would like to see them tell me where that money's going that they make from this thing. Like, I know the Kinsmen and Cadets, they do put a lot of money back into the community and everything else, but it'd be nice to know, and maybe they can't tell you exactly where it's going. But anyways, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you. After that first request last year, it came in, I don't think very organized in the request, and it came in, answers came in after, who was paying for it and where it was going, all the money was going. I struggle with this kind of, and I don't want to hold a grudge, but kind of a bad taste in my mouth because last year, I want to say there wasn't any acknowledgement to ACW at the event. And I think we almost had to ask for a thank you after the fact, after we were the major, and, with Huron-Kinloss being involved, we were the major funder of this event, and we had to ask for a thank you. So I agree with some of the comments. It's not in our area. I question why Huron-Kinloss isn't asked for half or whatever. I'm just wonder why the request for $5,000 would come to ACW again for a second year. After the first year, I would have thought there would have been more thought and planning and broadening out to who they ask for the money. So I would be in support of helping, but not to the full $5,000.
Okay, thank you for that. CAO, please.
No, I agree with Evan. I reached out to the organizer last year after the event, and I told her how disappointed I was with that they hadn't indicated anything at the event that we were the major sponsors. So didn't get much of a reaction, I think, just other than sorry.
Okay, how are we going to deal with this? Prove it? No? Councillor Snowblin, please.
I agree with Councillor Hickey's comments, and I'd be prepared to offer to support this this event to the tune of tops $1,500. I think that's being very generous at $1,500. I'm not against the event. I'm not sure how much they charged, or if there was a fee for the attendees at all. If it was a free-for-all event, I'm not sure that I agree with that either. And I'm disappointed that we were the major fundraiser and got little to no recognition for it when it's not even in on our property or anything. So $15 is the tops that I would be prepared to offer them.
Okay, so Councillor Hickey, did you have a comment to make?
Just a question, if we do go with the suggestion of $1,500, do we ask them if that is, like, does it have to be all or none? Or how do we go about when a request is 5,000 and, or how do we ensure that that the event would still go on if they do not get that full amount?
You can make a conditional.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question. If we were in support of contributing $1,500 to this project, conditional that it happens. Show of hands. That's supported by council. Thank you. Lucknow Ag Society, 1,500. Comment, Ellen, please.
Lucknow Ag Society requested $1,500 for their fall fair event. This is just a small sponsorship for their total expected costs of $60,000.
And I would make a comment. They're really trying hard. They were struggling with members, with volunteers to do it, and they have some young people involved. It is the only fair in our municipality, and I think it's very worthwhile for us to support, and I know they appreciate our support. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we're good with $1,500 for Lucknow Ag Society. And that's supported. Thank you very much. The Port Albert Citizens Association for $3,000. Kelly, please.
So this request is from the Port Albert Citizens Association, and they've requested $3,000 for insurance and a event tent. So I understand they do several events in Port Albert in the park, and they require insurance for these events for fundraising.
Makes absolute sense, and I misspoke. I apologize, Kelly, to Ellen also. So that's what it's for. Are we good with this for $3,000? Show of hands, please. That's supported. Thank you very much. The United Way has already been done. Is that correct, Ellen?
That's correct.
It received pre-budget approval. So let's move on to the 2025 grants. And that would be the HK Pickleball Volunteer for $10,000. A comment, please, Ellen?
Huron-Kinloss Pickleball Volunteers and the Township of Huron-Kinloss have requested funding for their pickleball facility project in Point Clark. And it's a big project estimated at over $500,000, and they've requested $10,000 from ACW.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forster, please.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody know what we gave Godridge?
Yep,
for theirs?
10K, same
10K?
thing.
Okay, so I'm good with that.
Okay, and you know, I think this buys a lot of goodwill. We have some residents in the Amberley Beach area that would access that as opposed to driving to Goderich. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we're in support of this for $10,000. And that is supported. Thank you very much. And on to the Brookside Public School and Community Playground Equipment application 6370, please.
So Brookside Public School has requested funding to continue work on their playground project. So last year, the township helped out with supplying cash for the purchase of a new swing set, and then Public Works assisted with preparation of the site for the swings. So they have requested additional support in kind for the preparation of the site for new playground equipment. And The amount of $63.70 comes from the quote they received from a playground supplier. So that's the market rate of the value of the service, and that would be provided by Public Works staff.
Okay, this is in kind. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, I'm in favor of giving it to them, but I do have a question. Is there any way that we could ensure that if we're giving the money to this school, and heaven forbid this ever happens, that they close that school, that we would get that equipment back to use in our municipality someplace? Because when I was on Lions, the school down here in Zion, they raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to put playground equipment in there. School ran about a year and a half, and then it was gone, and the playground equipment just went to garbage. So I'd like to see some way of getting it back.
Yeah, thanks very much for those comments. I will suggest that this school, because of the growth that we have in ACW, it's very well utilized as far as capacity, and will continue to be. I would suggest that. Councillor Miltenberg.
I would suggest that, having been through that with the closure of the Kingsbridge Church, once you donate something, it's not yours anymore, and good luck getting it back. Okay, so, and I would also suggest that playground equipment that's all dated, that is not worth anything from my experience.
Okay, this is for playground in our municipality. I'm going to ask for a show of hands and we're in support of this. Not supported by council. Thank you very much. So let's go back up to number 2. Further discussion. What do you want to do with this request from the Dungannon Senior Citizen Center for $37.50? Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Well, I want to make sure that the 10,000, because as Bill said, if we have the money, give the money. The 10,000 for $60,000 worth of community programming that's going on in the Dungannon Senior Center got pre-budget approval. So I think that needs to be in this category when we're looking at how much money we've spent. So that's my first thing. Now, looking at it even just like that, I can say, well, we have room. But we have a community granting policy that says 5,000 max, and they've already gotten 10. So, of course, we can say, well, we're going to go against the policy, but we need to know that we're doing that. We're giving one organization, and the most we've ever given in all my years here has been 5,000. We've given them 10, and now we're saying, well, it kind of fits, so we should do it. Well, this is also an organization we've seen no financials from. So I have a little problem. I have a lot of problems because I write grants getting that much money without showing any financials and going against what's stated in the policy. If they need a shed, they'll need it next year too. And I think that in our policy review, we ask for financials, so for giving out this amount of money to people.
Okay, further comments from anyone else? So, Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, I would like to see this go through. We do have the money here in this, our grant system. And I agree with Jennifer. I'd like to see their financials so that we have an understanding of where the money goes and what they're spending it on and everything else. So anyways, I would go ahead with this with the letter with it saying that from now on, this is a one-time deal. And if we don't have the financials, you don't get any money.
So would you, I'm going to ask a question. So is your intent to approve this and request financials? Yes. Okay, that's the way I'm going to put it forward. So we're, okay, CAO, please.
If you're going by the policy, I don't think the policy reads that. So you just have to be mindful. You can't just ask one group and not the other, or maybe you want to, but I'm just saying that out loud. And if you want the policy amended, I agree with Jennifer. If you don't like the policy what it is, bring it up in a future council meeting, we'll consider. But we have to be very mindful. If you can't make one person do something and the other one's it, because it's one policy.
Absolutely. So I'm going to restate the question. Are we in support of this for $3,750? A show of hands, please. And that is carried. Thank you very much. So that completes this section. Thank you very much to everyone for this and the comments. So now let's go on to the road section, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Miltenberg.
Do you have a total, because you're in an Excel spreadsheet, of what we've actually put then in there?
So the updated total for the total community grant requests is $33,045. The total capital grant is $16,370. So the total approved amount is $49,415, and that does not include the pre-approved Dungannon McKay Center partnership. the Manistee donation, as well as the $5,000 credit that was refunded to us. So
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Milberg, please.
And I'm glad you mentioned, Ellen, I'm speaking to Ellen here. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the capital budget of the whatever it is, Manistee, yeah. Because in the past, and rightly or wrongly, when we gave 10,000 a year to the, what's this, CT scanner or something we gave to Goddard, that was included in this. So we knew that that amount of money we were giving for our citizens included the CT scanner and the Manistee Bridge and I really think that going forward, those, even though we've pre-approved them in previous years, because if you add all those, we're way over the 50, right? So just because it's on a different line doesn't mean we didn't approve them for community benefits. And you know I'm the one who's always trying to give that money away to communities. I just think we need to know these are public funds of what we're actually giving for our community benefits, because then we can also say we're doing it too, right? It's easier for the public to see what we're doing.
Okay, thank you for that. CEO, please.
So if you go to tab 2, page 4, that lists them all highlighted in red that Ellen just spoke of.
Okay, please.
I'm aware that we see it on tab 2. I'm saying, here's the community grants that we're spending money on, that those should be included so that everybody knows that. They don't have a 100-page binder here, right? That's the way it used to be done. Bill, am I not correct there?
No, you're right. I had it all on one list.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Alan, please.
I'll just provide a grand total for everyone. So factoring in the pre-approved amounts and the $5,000 credit, the total amount right now supporting community groups and projects is $74,415. If you break it out into capital and community grants, it's $31,000 and change to community groups and $43,000 to capital projects. The $20,000 bridge project, I'm considering that a capital improvement.
And the, sorry,
Yeah,
and,
please.
and the McKay Center partnership is a
community grant.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? We're on to the Tom Show. So lead us forward to the section and page, please, Tom, we're discussing. Or Alan, excuse me.
We're in section 2, page 16 and 17. Let's go to 17 for now, because that's where the expenditures are. And stand by, Anita, I will find you a page.
You read my mind. Looking at 260 pages on my iPhone is.
So Anita, page 38 of 260.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, you have a question or comment, please?
Yeah, it would really be helpful for me if, before we go through all this, if Ellen could tell us how much we have to cut or how much we've got to spend on, let's just say we did go with the 5%, then how much of this do we still have to cut to get us down to where the 5% is?
Okay, so no. I get that question 100%. I think Ellen will cover this through the process as far as the allocations of funds that are available for specific projects. Some are identified with specific projects, and what is suggested could be accessed out of reserves. And I think we could accomplish that. Does that make sense?
Well, let's go further.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
I'm actually inclined to, God, what is wrong with me today? I'm inclined to agree with Bill again, because Ellen's going to go through them, and if I have in my mind we have to get rid of 3 million, then that, or if I don't have to get rid of anything, then like that, it kind of helps as you go along going, oh, okay, how much do I like that? You know, even within $1 million or 2 million would help me, right?
CAO, please.
So that last number is 40, $4,278,474. And if you raise taxes by 5%, it's $329,207. So that's hardly taking anything off of that. I agree with Mayor Glenn. Let Ellen go through this and she can say if you want to proceed with the project, she'll have some things in her opinion that she may want to transfer from reserves or other items. So I agree to let the discussion carry on.
Can you repeat that? So the 5% works with all of these? Is that what you
No,
said?
no.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
No.
that would have been easy, wouldn't it have?
I'll speak slower.
Thank you. I'll put my good ear over.
Thank you. You talk really fast, Mark.
Okay. All right, I'll go the slow mode. I'll go Tom's mode. So if you look at the last page in your budget, page 38, the amount to reduce is that far right number is 4,278,474. If we
Oh, I don't have that amount. Can you repeat that?
$4,278,474.
On page 38?
Yes, page 38 of 38 in this section. Oh, different. So I will defer to
I'm
staff.
on page 38 of 260, and my total is 4,384,500.
So on page 59 of the electronic agenda package, which is page 38 of the section 2, that's where the 4,278,000.
So if we take 5%, that only creates $329,207 of increase. So we got just a little under 4 million to cut or transfer from reserves, whatever. So we have a lot of money to look at but Ellen will have she's got this magical hat and a wand that she's going to wave, and we're going to magically find some money or talk about how we can find some money.
So, okay, and I said at the outset of the meeting that we have built through the years through good fiscal responsibility, substantial reserves that can be accessed, some of them, to help buffer this budget. And I think Ellen will make some suggestions to us on this. So with that, Ellen, please.
Yes. So the amount at the bottom of page 17 here is just under 4.4 million, and that's basically what we see on the final page 38. So most of the budget to cut or address is on page 17 here. I think we start just from the top and go in order through the capital asset categories. So something to note for the Nile Road Bridge is there's two options here included. Tom has provided detail in section 6, but there's an option to repair the bridge or to replace it. And so the total budget impact right now is $1 million, but that's because it's a duplicate entry. Like there's both options there with the expectation that one will be removed.
Tom, what would your comment be to council on this, please?
Yeah, so as you can see, there's, so the location of the bridge, I know we all know where it is because we went over it in the road tour and it was pointed out, but we've got the map on the TV. It's a concrete box, and it's going through a little creek there in Nile. The thing to keep in mind with this structure is, and I've got pictures of it here, in case anyone wants to look at it later on. The north section, there's a large crack. So for the repair section, it would be to shut the bridge down for 7 weeks. I know it's 7 weeks approximately. Do the repair, open it back up. As you can also see from the pictures, the rest of the structure is in fairly good condition. So I would recommend, and talking to BM Ross, they recommend as well doing the repair and saving the $200,000. Yeah, so all of the activity included in section 6 kind of goes over this. So is there any questions about this structure?
So the recommendation is to repair at 400,000. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Is there going to be a difference in how long the bridge is good for if we go for repair instead of replace?
So generally all structures are built to last 75 years. These concrete structures can last quite a long time over the 75 years. The issue is one of the footing cracking on one side. So the structure itself, I would say if we just repair it, it should last quite a long time. I don't think it makes sense at this point to pull the whole thing out. I know that the cost, basically what you're doing, if you look at it, is you're basically repairing half the bridge, like you're replacing half the bridge. But for the cost and for the remaining lifespan, I would go with the repair.
Okay, that's the recommendation. Okay. Ellen, any further comments on this before I ask council's consideration?
Nope.
Okay, are we good with that? Repair 400,000. Show of hands, please. And that's supported. Please continue. On to division line.
A division line, as we know, we received the letter about this bridge. I believe it was 2 years ago, and then we put the load restriction on it the beginning of last year. It's got a crack in the deck. So if you look at the 5-year plan, you'll notice the big jump in cost between 5 years ago when it was initially spec'd out to now. It's mainly this costly deck repair. Now I would recommend concentrating on the Nile Road Bridge because of the traffic that road gets. I understand that there's traffic over division line, but it's still open. We're doing the engineers are going to look at it again this year. So if the load limit needs to be adjusted or more attention needs to be taken to it, we can look at it then. It's a very expensive project for the amount of vehicle traffic we get over that bridge, so I'd put a pin in that one.
Okay, thank you for that. Question from Councilor Miltenberg.
So Tom, I totally agree with everything you said. My question is, you said there's a crack in it, and sometimes, or at least I don't really know anything about bridges, but I know that if you use something that's cracked, it often gets a lot worse really fast. So by delaying this, are we making it so that the bridge is more likely to be closed? Because is it going to go south really fast and then it's going to be a massive project to fix a bridge that hardly anybody drives on? That's my concern if we let the crack go, and I don't know anything about bridges.
Tom, please.
So I'm not a structural engineer. So when I get my advice from a company like BM Ross, I listen to it and then I forward it to you. The advice that I've been given so far on this bridge is to put the load limit on it. We're keeping an eye on it. Again, the cost on the bridge is 1.25 million. So it wouldn't be prudent for me to go against the advice of the engineer and recommend that we spend that amount of money based on no new information.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, great answer. So this may well come back to budget next year or with a new report or something like that.
So, yeah, so what's going to happen with this bridge is at some point we'll have to increase the load limit, or if there's any settlement or anything with the deck, obviously we revisit it.
So the suggestion from staff is to not do it this year, correct, Tom?
Yep.
Anita, please.
Thank you. So Seeing as it's gonna have to be done at some point, and seeing as we're looking, when we did a kind of a poll as to what percentage increase we're comfortable with the levy, I'm guessing that there's not gonna be a lot of money that we're gonna be able to put into reserves this year. Is that going to, really deplete us if we look at this next year, or is this something we can debenture, or what's their alternatives next year if we have to look at this? I guess that's the long and short of it.
Okay. Alan, please.
So right now, any surplus at the end of the year is transferred into the general surplus, sorry. We don't break it out based on specific projects, but that the funds in the general reserve are available to be carried forward into future budgets for whatever projects council sees fit. An option would be to establish a policy where at the end of the year, any surplus is transferred into asset-specific reserves. So if we know the life cycle costs of our bridges are X amount, then a proportion of the surplus is transferred, earmarked for bridges or roads or buildings. But ultimately, the amount of money in reserves does not change. It's just whether it's allocated for specific asset categories.
Yep, just hang on. Yep, continue, please. So, yeah, it's whether it's in specific categories, it's still reserves that can be accessed. Councillor Snowden, please.
I do like your way of thinking on that, you know, a portion of reserves or percentage of reserves might be allocated to, like you say, bridges, the really high cost things, like, and that's roads and bridges, right? Culverts, basically all of Tom's portfolio, graders and snowplows and things like that. So it might be something that council should look at some point down the road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, I liked Ellen's answer and Anita's, because one of the reasons I asked my question of Tom is, of course, Laurier Bridge, we closed it when I first got on council 10 or 12 years ago, and then we've just closed River Mill, which Evan said at the time, like, are we really going to be able to reopen this? And now are our actions today heading towards another path? And I think that, Glenn, your comment of reserves are reserves, and Ellen, you said the same thing, but at least if we put in whatever number, magical number you pull out of your hat and say these are road reserves, that can show the intent of council. Doesn't mean future councils can't switch it back, but at least we're saying, okay, we're planning for it. We know what's happening. We're doing our best with the funds that we have. Is that something that we bring up in new business? I have a little list here.
Okay, I'm going to defer to our clerk, please.
You provided a great segue. My comment was going to be any consideration on changing policy or should be done at the council meeting. So add that to your list, and we will await your instructions at a council meeting.
And now, Alan, I'm going to ask a question. Oh, continue, please.
Just so sometimes my notes are illegible to me. What exactly am I saying when under new business? Reconsider reserve transfers?
I think you could probably ask Ellen closer to the time that you're looking to bring that up. But
okay.
Yes, she'll have the specific wording for that.
Okay, thank you.
Ellen, I'm going to ask a question. Do we currently have reserves for roads, bridges, that sort of thing, please?
We do have a few asset-specific reserves, which are in Section 3. So it's organized currently reserves that are capital related. So that would include like the bridge replacement reserve. We have a roads reserve, road equipment, and then there's certain facilities that have specific reserves. And then on page 2 of Section 3, that's more general reserves, which includes the general surplus reserve. Actually, sorry, page 3. General surplus, and then reserves that aren't related to capital expenditures necessarily. So currently our capital reserves are forecasted to be almost 1.2 million at the end of 2025. The opening balances is just under 3 million as of January 1st of this year.
Okay, thank you for that. CO, please.
just to be certain, in case it's already been said, I just want to say it again, that just because you name a reserve, whatever it is, you can change that anytime you want. Like, there are certain reserves and reserve funds that are set just for those specific projects because of, let's say, the building department or the water department or street lighting. But however, if you want to call it the bridge reserve fund or the road replacement, you can change the name anytime you want, and you can also spend it anyhow you want. If you change your mind, you want to spend it all on a new grader, you can do whatever you want. So it's just a matter of wording, but you can spend it anywhere.
It can be allocated wherever. Okay? So I'm going to ask for a show of hands. It has been recommended to us to defer this, to not include it in the budget this year. A show of hands if we're in support of this. And that is supported by council. Thank you very much. Please continue on. Laurier line demolition.
So not unlike division line, Laurier line, the engineer will be out to have a look at it. It is got a horrible lean on the support. There's no indication that there's an imminent collapse at this point, but we'll have a better idea after the engineer looks at it. And to me, you would have a better idea for the 2026 budget if you wanted to complete this work. Again, it's on here because it's a known issue, but at this today, there's no pressing need to include it in the budget. We bring it back every year so that you're aware of the problem.
And I think that's the right thing, that we're aware of it, and none of us may be in these seats when anything has to be done. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we are in support of excluding that from this year's budget. And that's supported by council. Thank you very much. Please continue.
The biannual bridge inspections that we've just brought up with the last two bridges, you're compelled to do this, and that's the cost. So I'd say it's pretty well has to be included.
I agree. Council, I'm going to ask if we're in support of this. Show of hands, please. Yep, and that's supported by council. Please continue on to the next section.
So as we go down through facilities, a lot of these things came as a result of requests from the public works staff, and in conjunction with the lead hands and electricians, we kind of put these together. So last year we had the upgraded lights in Ashfield, and they're so popular that Wawanosh and Colborne garages were upset that Ashfield had such nice lights. It is a bit of a dungeon in there in the middle of winter. If you're in there, it would be nice to be able to see. So that's the amount for electrical upgrades and installing the lights. This one, the generator, if you look in section 6, you'll see a picture of it. This is the old generator that was with the Dungannon pump house, right? So the $20,000, it's $6,000 for an automated transfer switch to switch the power over from the generator to the main load. The rest of the money would be for putting a concrete pad outside and building a structure around it, and it'd have to be vented. So that's what that's for. If we look, did you want to ask questions as we go or get to the end? Then
Councillor Miltenberg, please.
So we already have the existing generator. We just need to, this is to install it and make it work. Is that what I'm catching there?
Yeah, it's a fairly expensive generator. We have it. It would be nice if the power went out to be able to like open the doors to the garage, pump fuel, stuff like this. So we have an old generator that's run by PTO, but it would be nice in the event of an emergency like the tornado we had a couple years ago to be able to get fuel.
Yeah, and it's pretty important, you know, that the community looks at us to respond at the time of an emergency. And this makes absolute sense that we can open the doors and serve our community. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, you had me at open the doors, because when our hydro went out, I had to do it all by a chain, and it took me 10 minutes to get the generator out. So you had me at open the doors.
Okay.
Fuel also is important.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I will ask, just before we continue, are we good with the lighting upgrades and the generator? Show of hands if we're good with both those. And that's supported by council. Thank you. Please continue on, Tom, with the installation.
Yeah, so if you look in section 6, we've got a cold bay in Wawanosh that's next to between the heated bays and the sand. It is, if you look at the pictures, open on the top. The soffits are open. It is full of pigeons all the time, and if you look at the concrete, that's not sand on the ground, and the white stuff on everything else is not snow. Yeah. We have a new employee in Wawanosh. If we were to be able to insulate and upgrade this, we have this space. It's beautiful in there. It would be nice if it were insulated. Ideally, what I would do is run the wall up to the ceiling on the north end, put in a drop ceiling over the garage, close up the soffits and insulate it, remove depending on how much money we have left, remove the windows and doors. Ideally, I would take the wall out, put in another tube furnace, but for right now, we'll see how far we can get with insulating it and just letting the heat go through the door if we remove the door and the window. The existing heated bays are packed full of machinery during the winter. It would be nice to spread out a little bit, and it'd be nice to invest in the area. Questions?
Well, this is a health issue. Councillor Snowden, please. You may be muted, Councillor Snowden.
Thank you very much. I've heard you say that it was a health issue, but I've also heard Tom say several times that it would be nice to have this. It would be nice to have this. Is this a nice to have? Because honestly, I think we are a bare bones budget this year because of world and national issues. And when you have to scrape pretty close to the bone, I have to look real hard at nice to haves. It would be nice if I could get a whole new set of living room furniture, but if I'm at a bare bones in my bank account, then that still stays a nice to have. You know what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing with anything that you say, that it would be nice to have those upgrades, but I guess, do we need them? Is it a health issue?
Tom, would you please respond to that?
Okay, so not unlike the generator, you have an underused asset here. It is a health issue. You have additional employees in the area. I think it would be prudent of us to use it. I would go through the rest of the budget and see how we're gonna pay for things before we talk about not including things.
Well, then I'm not prepared to raise my hand and approve this then, if we're gonna keep going through the budget.
Okay, thank you for that. CEO, please.
I think Tom maybe selected the wrong word, nice. Tom's always a nice guy, and he's the good cop, I'm the bad cop. I would say it's a health issue. If you've ever been at the Wawanosh shed, it reeks. It's disgusting. It's not appropriate. I think it's a health and safety concern for our staff. It's just not the great space. And I think if we go ahead with what Tom's proposed, it'll make it a good space and a usable space.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to go to Councillors Miltenberg, Forrester, and then Deputy Mayor, and then I'd like to ask Ellen a question. Jennifer, please.
Yeah. first of all, I 100% agree it would be a health issue. I can tell you I would not be able to enter that building for my asthma. I would have to leave immediately. There's a section of our feed room that if it gets that way, they have to clean it out or open doors so I can go in it. It definitely is a health issue if someone is working in there. And whether they know if they have asthma or not, that will be affecting their lungs. So I am cognizant and agree with Anita's comments that we really are trying to keep the budget down this year. So, and I agree with Mark that said, I wouldn't want a visitor of mine to go into my feed room when it looks like that. And I wouldn't want them to go in the shed when it looks like that either, aside from that. So I guess if you could elaborate, Tom, on we improve it so it's habitable, what would happen in that space? What could happen in that space that's not happening now?
Yeah, so it would be an additional work bay that would be used instead of having cold storage, right? And yeah, you have the additional staff there now. To me, it just makes sense to go forward with it.
Okay, follow up.
I also liked when you were explaining how you do it, how first you try it without the furnaces to see if it was warm enough to be a habitable workspace. Probably even with furnaces this year would have been tough. But when you're talking about the design, and I'm not that great at visualizing all north and south and things that you're doing, you were talking about leaving a space where you possibly, or if you had the funds, would put additional furnaces. Did I hear that? In case the open door thing didn't work. Could you explain that to me a little more?
So there's a tube heater over each bay door running the length of the garage.
Sorry, you're a tube heater? What's that?
There's a furnace, propane furnace on the roof over each bay, and it's got a tube that runs all the way down the length of the bay, forcing heat down. So to get the additional furnace, it's $7,000 or so, right? So I don't have quoted prices on the initial portion of the work. I would see how much we'd spent initially and then stay to the budget, but increase what was done if we have the funds available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The portions of the like we need building permits. I might need an engineer's drawing if we're dealing with the wall, so the prices can vary depending on costs.
Okay, Councillor Forson and Deputy Mayor.
So currently, like, I take it you don't even park anything in there because you don't want pigeon crap all over it, correct?
If you look at the picture, that's pretty much how it gets used.
Nothing gets done.
There, it's overflow storage for stuff that you don't mind getting disgusting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Blake.
I just would like to have this approved and move on. We can always come back to it if we need to cut something, but I think there's lots in front of us to cut, and I'd like to see this left in. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Blake.
Thank you. Yeah, I do agree. We should move on from it. I do want to make one quick point, though. Being in construction again, I kind of know the cost of these things roughly. For about a quarter of the cost, you could frame that wall up to the ceiling. You could seal up your soffits, stop all the birds and pigeons from coming in. It would still be a cold bay, but it'd be a clean cold bay, and you'd be able to use it as such. A lot more use is available for it. So that is an idea too. I would say a quarter of that amount should cover that work. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Now I'm going to ask Ellen a question. If we were to approve this, Ellen, is there anything that you would suggest as far as funding this, please?
In the last couple of years, we have used our municipal office renovation reserve, which is like surplus funds from when we did the office reno back in 2021. We've used those reserves to do some of the work on the public works buildings. So currently there's 115,000 in that reserve. So my recommendation, if we went ahead with these projects, would be to transfer 102,500 from the municipal office renovation to do the lighting upgrades, the generator work, and whatever garage bay work is required in Wawanosh. That would be, from a financing perspective, my recommendation.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we could utilize reserves for this, their office reserves, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask council, are we in support of this and utilize the office reserves for this? Show of hands. And that is supported by council.
How much was that again, Ellen?
102,500.
Okay, thank you. Tom, would you please address the oil and grit separator?
Right. So anytime the plow trucks come back in and are covered in snow, all of that snow falls on the ground and melts, and it is not getting away. As you can see in the pictures, the whatever system was initially installed with the garage is completely plugged, and I am not sure if it would meet today's design standards. So the cost of getting the oil and grit separator by itself is like $5,000, and then the rest would be for weeping tile and installation. It is, I think you're fairly compelled to do this. It's not functioning. The guys have to get a pump and pump the water out fairly frequently. The floor in the garage is aimed towards the drain, so it can't just naturally drain out. So it's a consistent problem.
Okay, thanks. I think we all understand that. And again, I'm going to defer to our to Ellen. Is there any funding opportunities through reserves for this, Ellen, please, that you could offer?
For this item, I would look to the general surplus, if any, to fund it. It's not a huge amount, but again, we're trying to cut here. So, yeah, if anything, it'd be the general surplus.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, I have no issue with supporting it. I'm more a question of process. Doesn't the building department have their own budget that it would come onto their reserves? Or I'm getting a little confused about this.
I'll defer to CEO, please.
This isn't the building department. This is the public works department.
Oh, it's a building, but it's not the building department. Got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, and again, I'd like to keep moving on because I'd like to see this done, but I'm not really happy with start taking everything out of reserves right now. I think we should see if what we cut and then go back to the reserves if we need it, because I don't like depleting our reserves. I know they're there to use, and if we use them wisely, they're quite well, but.
Okay, so it's 25,000. There is room in reserves for this. Do we want to approve this? Do we want to come back to it? What is the will of council? Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Cannot believe it. I'm agreeing with Bill again. Let's just say what we want to do and then go back and see if we're taking it out of reserves or not. Does that sound reasonable?
That's what council wants. Okay. I'm sorry?
Not out of reserve. You can always go back and tell her to take it out of reserve later.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a show of hands.
I
I'm
didn't
sorry?
hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Sorry about that, Anita. I said we could go ahead and approve it and not take it out of reserves, because we could always take it out of reserves later when we get to the bottom of this, when we see what we need.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a show of hands, and we're in support of this, and we'll figure out how to cover it later. And that is carried. Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion just before Tom continues, and that is the fact that Ashfield-Colborne-Wawanosh Township Council hereby agrees to extend the hour to complete the business of the day. And I would entertain a mover and a seconder for this. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hecky, all in favor of the motion. And that is carried. Thank you. Please continue, Tom.
Okay, so we're down at machinery and equipment. You'll see the suggested purchase for this year is a tandem plow truck. Obviously, we have as we all know, 6 tandem plow trucks, 6 graders, 3 tractors, the bulldozer, the 1-ton, the pickup. So every second year you're looking at a pickup. Almost every single year you need to purchase a piece of heavy equipment. So my suggestion would be for the tandem plow truck to get the order in at least this year and earmark it. So that's how much it's supposed to cost, based on quotes I've received earlier. God knows when the actual tender goes out, what it'll be at.
And just before we go on, would you expect delivery this year? This is March now.
The last tandem we ordered, it was a 2-year delivery period, so I would be doubtful that it would show up in the 2025.
And how much of a down payment would we need in this budget? CAO, please.
I don't think they ever require a deposit, do they, Ellen?
They don't require a down payment. Typically what we would do in this situation is tender, order the truck at year end if delivery is not expected until 2026 or 7 or who knows how long. Then we would transfer it into the road equipment reserve or vehicle reserve, and then the funds are available for when the vehicle does arrive.
Perfect. Thank you for that. CAO, please.
Just like we're doing with the grader this year.
Exactly. Okay. So are we good? Councillor Snowblin, please.
Yes, Tom, because there's a lot of farmers that are thinking about buying new machinery, are potentially being affected by potential tariffs. Would this piece of machinery or any of these pieces of machinery and equipment, in your opinion, be affected by any potential tariffs?
Tom, please.
In my opinion, it would not make sense for the Canadian government to tariff construction equipment that we need. It would also not make sense to tariff farm equipment. What will happen is the steel that's going into the machinery will get tariffed. How many times will it get tariffed? What's the tariff going to be? Nobody knows. Judging by the current costs, this is how much, this is a little more than what it should cost. So I would recommend heavily that you're to put in money for your heavy equipment now. And if something happens for whatever reason, I don't really anticipate delivery this year. We probably could tack a couple percentages on for the 2026 budget. But if you do not invest in your heavy equipment now, thinking that it's not going to show up, you're going to create a bottleneck and your prices are going to stack on you.
Okay, please, a follow-up, Councillor Snowblin.
Well, I totally agree with you, Tom, but I guess I just wanted to know if you've cushioned that in, which sounds like you have. And I guess, do we need a conversation around council about this potential? I know that none of us can have a crystal ball and can predict what's going to happen, but when we're talking about, world issues and things that are happening south of the border, I don't think that it's prudent of us as council members to just plug our nose and close our eyes and think that we don't have to face this. I'd rather pretend to face it now than pretend to not face it somewhere down the road, if you can follow what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Milton, please.
Yeah, first of all, I think that if I was staff, I'm pretending I'm staff now, I'm empathizing. If I tried to do a budget starting in 2020 with the pandemic and now going to 2025 with the tariffs, we all know budget is your best guess, but how do you do a best guess in those circumstances? You hope for the best, right? And that's what this budget is going to be. I'm assuming this is going to come up in new business and not here, but my suggestion was going to be, because this is really hard to do, is the next budget show us, I would say from 2020, but right now we're seeing the last year, right? It might be easier to make predictions in 2026 based on, Tom knows that greater cost is more than it should be already because he told us, but I didn't know that. So maybe if you see it over so many years and you can see which ones have been impacted by the pandemic, what recovered, and then what this year turned out to be, the uncertainty is what makes it hard to budget, right? So I think going forward, it's hard to plan ahead, but I think it would be prudent to look next year at this time and say, okay, let's compare 3 years and say, what actually is happening and what do we think might happen? I think we might have a better chance at having a better accurate budget next year because nobody knows right now.
Yeah, that's a good comment. And yeah, things change hourly. It's pretty hard to predict on that, and that's probably a council discussion. So if we come back, Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'd like to see us leave this in there and just pass it for now and then come back to it.
Fair enough. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands if we're in support of keeping this in the budget at this point in time. And that is supported by council. Thank you. Tom, would you please continue with the grader?
Yeah, so as we look at the grader and all of the other colored lines below it, if you refer to page 16, it shows where your money is coming from, suggested to be coming from for the purchases. So obviously we already have the grader in hand. It's just money brought over from the previous year that's already been authorized. So that's what the color is. As we go down to...
Just so we're all clear, so this has no impact on the budget this year, correct?
Correct. If Ellen wants to go over it, maybe she can, but the colored items have a source of funding.
Right. Yeah.
And the source of funding is indicated on the previous page.
Okay. We're good at that?
Yeah.
All right, please continue.
Tractor implements. It's just for a grapple to keep on top of the dead ash. This would be going to the Wawanosh garage as well as a ditching bucket for the backhoe.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, a gravel bucket certainly saves a lot of labor. And are we all in favor of this? And that's supported. Thank you very much. Please continue.
So as we go down, not unlike the bridge study, we do a roads needs study once every 5 years. So our roads needs study is up for re-examination. If you look in section 6, you'll kind of see what they do. They'll put some prices on things and organize it by what year it should probably be done, and it's necessary to complete to keep up with our asset management. And that's the cost of doing it.
I think we all understand that, eh? Okay, please continue. Lakeshore Roads policy.
Yeah. So $2,000 for your Lakeshore Roads policy. Unless I'm wrong, that's the money for the Lakeshore Roads policy.
That's correct.
That's confirmed by staff. Okay, all good with that?
All right.
Councillor Hickey, please.
Can someone explain what the Lakeshore Road policy is or does or why we need it?
Absolutely, our CAO is keen.
So this came about many years ago. So if it's an unassumed, and Tom, you correct me if I get wrong here or get down the path. It's an unassumed road allowance that the municipality doesn't look after. However, some of the Lakeshore residents use the unassumed road allowance. The unassumed road allowance is owned by the municipality, but we don't maintain it. So it's accessing some of those cottages down some of those roads. What they do is the association maintains those unassumed road allowances to get to their cottages, and they are registered there's a whole list of things that they have to be in order to submit their invoices. They submit it by the end of the year, I think on November 30th. The association submits their expenses, and what we do is we take 30% of their eligible expense. We make sure it's road related. So they might put gravel down or might put some calcium down or fix a culvert or whatever. Then we, in return, take 30% of those costs and cut them a check for that amount. It's helped to offset their work on the unassumed road allowances that are owned by the municipality. Provided it's capped at, I think I'm pulling this out of the blue, $800 a kilometer. So it's capped at $800 a kilometer. There are a few associations that use it. It's not for private roads. It's only for unassumed roads that are owned by the municipality and not maintained by the municipality.
That's a really good explanation. What do you think, Councillor Hickey?
I think so. So we have the policy in place. What is this policy for $2,000 then? Are we upgrading or reviewing, or what are we doing?
CAO,
It's just part of the budget, and we put in this section here just to have this discussion, just to make sure the council is aware that policy exists, and it'll come out of that budget. So last year we spent $1,720 on that. So we cut checks to the associations that submitted invoices up to that amount. And if council ever wants to take a look at that policy again, it's on our website, it's everywhere else. If council ever wants to amend that policy, they can bring it up at a future council meeting. We can bring it back for looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Evan that if you go to college or association meetings, you hear about this policy a lot. And the one thing that they don't like about it is they can't put private road on it. I said, if you don't put private road on the sign, then sure, go ahead. And then that's why we don't get many people accessing it, really, from what I'm hearing.
Okay, so we're all good to that? Okay, please continue on, Tom, with the Dungannon Road resurfacing, Lucknow line to Saratoga, please.
So I think this is the third year that this has been on the budget, and last year I know there was push to just get it done. It's on the asset management plan. It's the map is included in section 6 as an overlay on Dungannon Road.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you. If you drive this road from Dungannon out east, and I'll say property owners, I'll say from the Brindley property on the north side of the road, there's almost a line in the road. And then from there to the corner at Saratoga, it gets really bad. But from the County Road 1 out to that line, it's okay. Is there a way to do what's wrong on the east side, or why is that crumbling beyond that property line, it seems, to the corners? Only a farm long or two that I see that really needs the work. I don't think back into Dungannon is really that bad.
Thanks for the question. Tom, please.
So we'll look at it like we looked at Belfast Road, where we didn't do the entire stretch. There may be a section where the subbase might need some gravel, so I might, for the cost of putting in a padding layer, I can also go back and pulverize a section and lay down some more gravel. So we'll revisit it before doing the work, but either way you look at it, it's going to be that amount of money. So either I cut it out, put some gravel down, and then just pave over that, or if I put a thickened layer, it ends up being a wash. So.
Okay, Councillor Blake, please.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a regulation or something along the lines in place for roads leaving community settlement areas like that? Or why is that one actually paved? Because next to no one goes down it, and it's kind of clear. For almost $250,000, it's hard for me to be okay with spending that. I know it's getting bad in sections, but almost no one drives that section of road, and it goes to gravel right after.
Thank you for the question. Tom, please.
The decision to pave it was made before I started here. I would assume that they paved up to the auction house and then decided to continue up to the intersection instead of stopping in the middle of the block. Once you pave your road, you're pretty well compelled to continue with the current level of service. That's an entirely different track to go backwards off of a higher a higher level of service. So I don't have a great answer for that now.
Okay, thank you for the question and the response. Councillor Miltenberg and then Forrester, please.
Yeah, I think Curtis has a point that I made actually on my first time of council, because I thought, why are we paving this roads? It's so much more expensive than gravel. And honest to God, to a man, they all looked at me and said, because that's what people want. And I went, oh, okay, I'll just keep my head down. So, I mean, it is paved. We don't have to go any further, but it is, I know that road. I drive on it, and that's just a mess at that end. Like, it's terrible. And if it's one way or the other, I mean, I'm not a roads guy, but I think something needs to be done to fix that. And we put it off 3 times already. What we do is up to our expert here, but I'm not comfortable leaving it off we've taken it off 2 years already. That's a mess down there. It's getting worse every year. That's my comment. I'd support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forrester, please.
Thank you. I concur with Evan, like the last chunk is bad, but so like my curling club got closed in Wingham, so now I have to go to Teeswater. So like Bruce County Road 6, that's a county road. And that's worse than any of these that we're considering paving. And they patched it up and everything, and I bet you it stays like that. But I know like when it starts cracking and stuff, you have to do something with it. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to wind this up. Councillor Hickey, please.
For the next few, we have one, I don't know how many roads we have. Can we kind of go over them all and comment and then go back? Because I have a suggestion for this, but it's offset by another one on the list down. So if we could review all the road projects and kind of, because there might be funding to cancel one or not cancel, hold off one and move it to another. Is that possible?
Sure. Okay, so we'll come back to revisit this. Okay, so please continue on and notice the color coding as far as funding opportunities for these, and we'll move on to the Huron Sands Road paving, please.
Yeah, Huron Sands, it is broken up. We drove down it on the road tour. The comment on Huron Sands for me is going to be the same as Loyal Line. They're both in really poor condition. Cracks from one side to the other. I don't know if there's much more to be said about it. It is a road down to the lake. It's not a through road. There are a lot of seasonal residents down at the end. We've got the water system down there. I don't know if anyone's got any specific questions about Huron Sands.
Okay, questions or comments? We see where I'm sorry?
Sorry.
Yep, okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hickey, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Snowburn, please.
Thank you. So this Huron Sands project, I would pass on for this year. I took a tour on the weekend driving around to all these roads, and in my head, I thought Huron Sands was on the list, and I got from 21 back to the lake, and I had to stop and go on my phone and make sure I was on the right road because I didn't think it was that bad at all. I agree with Loyal Line and a few other ones, but I'm looking to cut this one from this year's budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Deputy Mayor, and then I want to come back to Tom for a response to your comment, please.
Okay, Tom, you've got these color coded, and the money we're getting back from someplace is development charge revenue. Now, on the page before 16, all right, it comes out, there's enough there to cover all of these so that we don't have to we can take the money from these particular, and maybe this is Ellen's bailiwick, I don't know. So we can take the money from these areas and not have to raise any through taxes? Is that what I'm thinking?
So the budget as prepared, typically for OCIF funding, it goes towards road projects, and depending on the funding amount available, I will allocate amounts to projects within the available funding. So for this year, I allocated a total of $905,000 from OCIF to Huron Sands and Loyal Line, but those can be swapped around. Like there's a bucket available of that funding. We have to use it for specific projects, meaning roads, bridges, infrastructure. And if you decide to cut one project, you can then reallocate the available funds to another.
Yeah, so as proposed, these would be funded through, these two, Huron Sands and Loyal Line, would be funded through OSIP, and it has zero effect on the budget, as proposed. Okay, Councillor Snoblin, and then I'll go back to Tom to respond to Councillor Hickey's question, please.
Thank you. I concur with Councillor Hickey that Huron Sands, I think, should be deferred. If I recall, I think there's about 20 residents down there. If I'm incorrect, I hope somebody will tell me. I'm just not sure that we're in a position to spend that money at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. So I will defer to Tom to respond to the questions on the condition of this road and what your recommendation to council is, please, and the number of residents, if you are aware of that.
I'm not aware directly of the number of residents. I could find it out fairly quickly. To keep in mind that the Kimberley Road at the end of Huron Sands goes all the way across to Shamrock. There are way more than 30 seasonal residents down there. It's quite a big piece. While the road, I would agree that Loyal Line has got more bumps and dips. Huron Sands, I would say, has an equivalent amount of cracks in the road. It is smooth appearing. It is not, you can drive down it without spilling your coffee, but it's full of cracks. So I would agree with Mr. Hickey that Loyal's bumpier, but they're both in need of repair. And I've been looking at that road for quite some time. That's why I took you down it last fall over the fall road tour.
So from a condition standpoint, you're recommending we do it?
Yeah, and we keep in mind, like, you've got to do something. We've got to keep up with the road repair. Like, Loyal Line's a big stretch. Huron Sands not so big, but we need to keep replacing the asphalt as it goes.
Okay, and there's, yep, Councillor Milton Berkeley.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in. I think we all, if you drive Loyal Line, which I do almost once a week, that thing's terrible. I'm happy to support that. However, I also drove Huron Sands once a week because a friend and I would go to the end and then walk down and walk in the lake there. And the closer you get to the lake is terrible. And there's a lot more than 20 or 30 people there. There's those two roads and then it goes all the way down there. There's a lot of people there. And I would concur about the cracks, whether they mean anything, I don't know, but Tom does. But I would say, used to be Dan and Eileen Wilson was the last one on the left-hand side up to about there. It's not so bad. And then the closer you get, the worse it gets. So I would support both of these.
Okay, so that's, I'm going to ask a question of council for support of both of these with funding coming from the OSIP reserves, or the OSIP funding. Is council in support of both of these? And I'll ask for show of hands. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, please continue on with the gravel road upgrades on Creek Line, please, Tom.
So we had gravel road upgrades in last year. I had quite a lot of difficulty getting the drainage guy in. The job that was supposed to be done before my job was finished in like December, the Scott project. We had it on Harper Line. We moved it off Harper because there's a gas line running down it. So we've got sections of Creek Line that we'd like to address. For half of the block, the quote was 18,000 for the drain. This is putting in a drain on one on each lane with outlets every once in a while going into the ditch. I would have to also get some gravel I've done this before on a smaller scale. It works fairly well. But this is something that I'd like to see added every year until we get on top of the gravel roads. I've been approached while it's snowing about getting roads graded. The potholes are caused by water in the road. The worst sections, and I said it this morning, unfortunately, are usually the last ones that can get graded because they're going to stay wet. Water's the enemy of a solid road. This is something I'd like to see possibly even moved in the future into operations. Any questions?
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to go to, Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you. Just a question for Tom. I know other ones around the table also, they deal with drainage companies and you can't plan their schedule. They come when they come. We were on the list for December. Do you know are we on first on the list for this year? Do you know, or have you talked to them, or like what's the potential of it happening in your mind?
There's a low point in the middle of the year where you can get in. If I'm given the go ahead today, I will push to get in for the middle of summer. I just kept getting pushed and pushed last year until it was just too late.
So if I could comment on that, usually from the time the crops are planted until wheat comes off, contractors are readily available at that time. Councillor Milkberg, please.
I'm in support of this. I just have some questions to Tom about it. So we originally budgeted 15. We didn't get anywhere. Now it's at 80. Are we going further, or is that a price increase?
I'd like to do more. The first year was only supposed to be just to dip my toe into it a little bit. I'd like to expand it and get more done. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get it done last year, but I think with 80, I should be able to do 2 blocks, hopefully. I'm sorry for saying hopefully. With the money provided, we'll get it done.
Microphone, please. Continue.
I'm just flipping back and I'm answering my own question. So there is already 50,000 in the reserve from last year, or 44 or something, right? Because we didn't get the project done.
Ellen, please. I see it's color. We all see it's color coded in blue. Can you please speak to that? What you have in mind as far as the amount out of reserves?
There's $42,000 in the budget transferred from reserve for that project. So it's a carry forward from 2024.
So we see 80. Are you suggesting that 42 would come off of that for a net of 38, or am I not interpreting that correctly?
That is the current net impact on the tax levy. Yeah.
Would be 38,000. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Milberg.
Yeah, and I think it's important because I'm trying to keep track of what we're coming out of reserves, but there was reserves from last year for that number. So really, if we chose to go with reserves, we're actually only budgeting another 38 out of reserves, because that reserves from, So, I know what I'm saying if you don't. Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about $38,000. Councillor Snowden, please.
I'm fully in support of this. I would like to approve this so that Tom's hands aren't tied when the opening is available for him to get this done.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to ask a show of hands if we're in support of moving forward with this project. That's supported by council. Thank you very much. Tom, would you like to speak to us about the Westmount Line Road alignment and culvert, please?
Yeah, so this is completing the work on Westmount Line. This is completing the tender from last year on Westmount Line. So this has already been allocated. In the future, what I'd like to see happen is the road get paved from the existing pavement at the top of the hill to, this is just me saying this. We're not suggesting it today. In the future, what I'd like to see in my mind is the G to G is up at the end of the road. I've got the culvert and the width of the road set out so that it will be safe for pedestrian traffic. I've got all of those people up at the top on the other side, Salford Estates, into the future. A walking trail from all those new houses up to the G to G that way. They're walking that way anyway. Let's just make it safe. So again, the work that's being done is installing the drainage, lowering the hills, raising the bottom of the gully, straightening it out. We've already removed the trees. I've got a bit of work to reinstate an entrance, and away we go. So we've already had meetings about this. It's already in the works. All right.
Yep. Okay. So thanks for that. Now, Alan, again, color coded. Do you have any comment on the funding of this, please?
Yes, so this project is currently funded through the Community Building CCBF, Capital Community Building Fund, or gas tax. And then a portion of this project is also recoverable through development charges. So right now, this project is being carried forward from 2024, and it's not affecting the bottom line there in the budget.
So it has zero effect on the budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is council's, any questions further on this? Is council in support of this? Show of hands, please. Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Lunch is coming at 12:40. So we will continue on. Tom, would you like to speak to us, or Ellen, as far as the Port Albert servicing, please?
Yes, so for Port Albert, Wellington Street and Ashfield Street are being carried forward from 2023 and 2024, and the amounts shown are the estimated share of the costs that are attributable to the township, so the township's share of costs. And we met this week with BM Ross, so a levying package for those two projects will be coming to council at a future meeting, but we will be invoicing residents in the near future, so that's good news. So in the budget, the light purple projects currently have no effect on the budget. They're being carried forward with expected revenues coming in from various reserves. It is the Phase 1C, Market and Sydenham Street, that is up for discussion today. So whether or not council wants to proceed with more work in Port Albert. And the total cost shown is $1,480,000, with $481,000 expected to be recoverable from residents. So the net cost to ACW right now is just under $1 million, $999,000.
Okay, and I'm going to defer to Tom. Do you have any comment on your thoughts on proceeding with this or not, Tom?
So if we look at the map, the final 6 lots back in on Market, 2 of them have been developed. This is Mr. Van Egmon's property at the back. There's a temporary gravel road back there. We should finish this up. It's connected to the project. I've already got a call from one of the residents asking when it's going to get done. It's been in the works for years. It would be nice. It would be excellent. I won't say nice because we're not allowed to be nice anymore. I'd like to see it done.
Okay, okay. That's what we want to know, is whether we need it or not. Any Deputy Mayor, please?
Yeah, and I'll have to ask Alan. The funding, you said the dark purple is different. Where is it coming from?
Ellen?
So currently, there's no transfer from reserves. The funding for the dark purple Phase 1C is coming. There's revenue allocated for the resident share of the project. So drainage costs will be invoiced to benefiting landowners, and then also a portion of the road cost for the last section in Sydenham Market, Sydenham, will be paid by the property owners. So a total of 481,000 is going to be recovered.
Okay, so if we go ahead with this then, and we bill the ratepayers at this point in time, the two should be copacetic to get together, and we shouldn't have to worry about where we're getting this money from. It should all come in.
No, there's a $1 million impact right now on the levy. Like one, yeah, one.
Excuse me. We have to make up the $1 million difference, which makes sense.
And do you have any, before I go to you, do you have any recommendations as to funding sources to help with this?
So in previous years for Wellington Street, we have budgeted funding through the K2 Community Benefits Reserve. And because the project has been deferred and delayed until now, we're finally invoicing the project, that reserve has grown substantially. So there is funding available in the K2 Community Benefits Reserve that I would say is available for this project.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Miltenberg, please.
Two questions. One's fairly minor. The Market and Sydenham Phase 1C, the engineering of 40,000 is not included in the project, but wouldn't you have to do that if you chose to do the other? Or why is it billed differently?
CAO, please.
If you recall, council approved that a couple of meetings ago.
Right.
Budget approval for preliminary drawings, so that's staying in because you already gave approved budget.
Oh, that's why it's listed separately. I just wonder why it would be listed separately.
Right on.
Okay, so then the suggestion is, it looks like the K2 fund has a couple million in it now, and we're going to get close to 800,000 again this year from K2. I think we should use the K2 Wind Benefit Fund. Having said that, I did hear from someone who was not in Port Albert saying, why don't you use that money in this area of the township? You know, no one's going to be happy about where you use it. I think it's reasonable. It's a community benefit. It leaves enough. And I, cognizant of Mark's comment, you can get reserves from everywhere. I just think when it comes to the specific K2 Community Benefits Fund, we make sure that the next time we spend it, it's in another area, so people don't say, why are you spending all that money in Port Albert? You know, because I've already had flack about that. But having said that, I do think we should spend it in Port Albert. And I would be happy to leave this in using funding from the K2 Wind Benefit Fund, whatever the name of the thing is.
Right on. Okay. So I'm going to ask the question if council's in support of this with the funding as suggested by our treasurer. I'll ask for a show of hands of this. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. So that wraps that section up. Now we need to come back. CAO, please.
Just for clarity, are you pulling that money out of reserves out of the K2, and how much was it again, Ellen?
999,000.
Thank you.
So
Okay, just one at a time. Yeah. So are you done? So I'm going to go to Councillor Forster and then
Okay,
Miltenberg.
so that's both, like those dark purple that, I know my dad's colorblind, I don't know if are the same ones, like they're different colors, but is that what you mean? So 900,000 covers both of them?
So there's actually 3 shades of purple.
Yes, I
to
see
really,
that.
to really, to really,
So I am seeing,
to
right?
really confuse you.
There's a light one.
So there's 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Yeah,
And 1A and B they're being carried forward from previous years. So ignore the light shade purple. The
but
dark,
the one's white, right?
yeah, one's white.
Yeah,
You're right.
okay.
But that one council approved at an earlier meeting. So
Right.
it is, for the purpose of funding, we're going to group them together as one project, because you really can't do one. You can do one without the other, but you can't do one without the other. So,
Get you.
so
Like Sesame Street, right?
So The total project cost is 1,480,000, and that's adding the one that is dark purple and the $40,000 white line together.
Okay,
It's
so that's
confusing.
not both like dark purple and
Yeah,
one's B and C?
No, 1C.
just 1C.
Okay, so B's not part of that.
He's a carry forward.
Okay, all right, get you. Thank you.
Thanks. Your eyes are working good, Councillor Miltenberg.
Well, got confused by all the purple. Yes, I see, I can see, Wayne. Did we make a decision on the Dungannon Road resurfacing? I wonder because I have scribbles around it and I don't know
No,
what that
no,
means.
we're coming back to the oil and grit separator first, and then the Dungannon Road resurfacing. Those are two issues that we need to talk about. Correct? We approved the oil and grit. Okay, that's done. All right. Councillor Blake, please.
Yeah, thank you. Before we move on from the Port Albert project, is there anything saying that we can't allocate some funds from one of our many benefits or government funds to help alleviate some of the financial stress on the residents portion of the the Port Albert projects? Looking back at the last page, and I know things have been rolling over since 2023 now, so there's resident share of costs, 210,000 on 1A, but not a lot of billing out has been done yet. So we have these large grants and funds coming in from other sources. I'd really like to see some of that used up. And I was going to mention that when we were talking about the Huron Sands paving and the Loyal Line resurfacing, it's coming from the OCIF. I think that would be a great resource to use for covering some of the financial stress that the residents of Port Albert have to face. Thank you.
Okay, I will defer to staff, please.
We have talked about this for many, many years. It's all addressed in the Port Albert Servicing Master Plan. The reason these folks are getting bills because they're benefiting landowners. They're benefiting because they have drainage. They have drainage issues. The drainage is going into the storm sewer. We aren't charging them 100% of the storm sewer. We're only charging 50%. It's no different with municipal drains. So if a farmer's putting a municipal drain in the ground, he's put in the ground, it doesn't benefit the tax base. It benefits only that farmer. And that's the same purpose what we're doing here in Port Albert. It's benefiting the landowners with their basements. They have drainage for their front lawns. Their front lawns will gradually go like this and go to the drain. Their basements are connected. So it's benefiting them only. So it's no different than a tile drain loan or a municipal drain, sorry, not tile drain.
Okay, thanks. Follow up, please, Councillor Blake.
Thank you. One thing that doesn't sit well with me, though, is that water doesn't just magically appear west of 21. Like a lot of the water that runs through Port Albert doesn't come just from Port Albert. It comes from east of 21 as well. But yet they're not seeing any fees for that. And all I'm trying to do is represent my constituents. And there's a lot of people that are very unhappy down there. And I really think that we should be looking at, or at least considering and talking about, pulling some money from some of these funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Miltenberg has a comment or question.
Yeah, I actually don't agree with Curtis on that, but I do have a question to Mark as to what he said. You said it was like municipal drains, but as a municipal drain owner, if something goes wrong, I have to pay for that. In Port Albert, if something goes wrong, does not the municipality pay for all repairs, or is it back on? So it's actually kind of a better deal than a municipal drain, having had to just pay a municipal drain bill?
Thanks for the question. Response, please, CEO.
So this is going to be a storm sewer. So now that it's construction to storm sewer, it is the municipality's responsibility once it's built to maintain it thereafter.
Okay. All right, good discussion. So let's go back. We've got 15 minutes. Before lunch, we'll be here to talk about the Dungannon Road resurfacing, Lucknow line to Saratoga line. We've been asked to come back to reconsider this. Further questions, comments, Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, and again, I'm leaning on Ellen, and it's probably not fair. But anyways, how much do we still have to cut to get down to this 5%? That's what I need to know as of right now. So, because if I got to cut that out to get down to this 5%, I'm going to cut it out. But if I'm not,
So currently, the total capital budget with the transfers we've discussed and the bridge removals we've discussed is 1.148 million, which would be a 17% levy increase. So even removing Dungannon isn't really, it's not going to get us there. So we have options to either pull more projects, transfer from reserves, or cut service levels at that point. So
Thank you for that. CAO, please.
Ellen, maybe you can go through the list because I was assuming our list would bounce or that number would balance in mine. We're out around $300,000. Maybe you can, does that include putting the 5% if we assume 5%?
no.
Okay, then that's the 3,000. So we're probably out $329,207. Okay.
Okay, so to follow up on that, Ellen, do you have a comment to us as to your thoughts? Are there other reserves that we can access? What would your comment be to us on this? Please.
So at first glance, there's one reserve that is available that doesn't have a specific requirements for use of the funds, and that is the newly established aggregate resources reserve that we've been allocating funding we received from the aggregate resources trust royalties and putting that into a reserve. There's
And how much is that, please?
it's expected at the end of the year there'll be 660,000. So we could allocate 200, 400 from that reserve, and that would offset the budget right now. It's like historically that grant just went into the general revenue and it went to the bottom line anyway. So I'm comfortable using that reserve as it's 100% discretionary to council on how they want to spend that.
660,000. Correct? Did I hear that right?
Yes, but I wouldn't recommend spending all of it, but yeah, up to 400 probably would be prudent.
Yeah. Okay, that's a comment I will. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
Yeah. Having said this, I am going to be asking at the end of the day, what did we take out of reserves to make this work? Like, what did we start with and what did we end with? Because it's fun to take money out of reserves, but I mean, we've spent a fair bit of time putting it into the bank too. So I think the intent of council with that aggregate reserve was that it stays for our aggregates. And I know, and this is exactly what we said about the bridges or the roads or whatever, we were going to make our own little fund, that the will of council can change it. It's just wording. But I like the intent of that one. I would be far more comfortable if we're thinking of taking it out of reserves to take it out of the K2 benefit fund. There's still $1 million sitting in there. Why? And it's a different area. Like, why wouldn't we take it out of that? That's what it's for. And we get almost $800,000 a year from that fund, and will for the next 9 years. So I'd be more comfortable depleting that one a little bit more.
Yeah, and you brought up a really good point, like whether there are specific reserves in aggregate development, whatever, they're still reserves. So where they come from, yeah. So that, Alan, do you have any response to Councillor Miltenberg, please?
Yeah, I agree. The K2 benefits fund is there. It's available. We've been stockpiling that for several years now, so it's there to use. And I know that K2 would like to see us, when we report annually, they come back and say, what do you mean, no projects again? So it'd be nice to see more being done with that, so they can communicate the good benefits that they're providing. So sure, K2. Also, the general surplus reserve, that is where the funds at the end of the year, they're going there. So that is also available if council wishes to balance the budget by transferring from reserves, then I would look to the general surplus.
And we had remind us, we had a general surplus last year of 600, how much? 86? You tell me, please tell us.
630. 630, 900.
So out of our operations, we showed a surplus of 632. Yeah. And you know, you're absolutely right with the K2, like, what does that reserve sit at right now to this point with already us drawing somewhat of it to date? Please.
It'll be with the 1 million transfer for the Port Albert project this year. It'll be 1.49 million. Yeah.
So we're still,
Yeah, we're starting the year with 3.3, and we're gonna get another 800, so or 750.
so we're still at 1.5 million, and there'll be another 700 come in, so it'll be over 2 million again. Okay, Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, and back to Ellen again. So if we take the million out of the windmill account and $400,000 out of the other account, where does that leave us now as far as raising money again?
We'll just give staff a moment on that, please. Thank you.
So while Ellen's thinking, so I used a different number than Ellen did. I put in a 5%, assuming a 5%, we're down to 712,000. And I'm just killing time and just killing dead air until Ellen figures that out. But I have it down to 712, 767 if we increase the tax by 5%.
And now, I'm just asking on your calculations, was that in consideration of our discussion on taking some out of the K2 reserves?
No, it wasn't. It was taking the 999,000 up, but not the most recent discussion we just had 2 seconds ago. No.
Right. So just for clarification, so we could take, you said we're still at a 750,000 to cut. We could take that out of the K2 reserves and we'd get to our 5%. Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm just killing time waiting for Ellen to plug some numbers in there. And
What am I trying to find again? Sorry.
It's getting time.
Yeah, we're going to have lunch in about 7 minutes. So
She's trying to
So
find
did
out
you-
where, if we take $1 million out of the K2 and we've got 400,000 out of the other one, how much is left? And I don't want it to be the same as Mark's.
So just to be clear, you're saying an additional $1 million out of the K2. No, you're saying
Oh, sorry, Anita. Yeah, you said there was $1 million something in there, but we don't want to deplete it. So if we took $1 million of that, and then you had 400,000 out of another reserve, out of the aggregate reserve, so then that would be $1.4 million if I'm reading this right. And then we'd have to see what's left. And Mark's saying we're still looking for 700,000.
no. I think following your thought process, we'd be more than covered.
Okay.
CAO, please.
you understand where we're at, Ellen?
Yeah, my understanding is that any, we would balance the budget with the general surplus, like ultimately, is that what well, because K2 projects, they have to be assigned to specific, you can't just throw $1 million at the budget, it has to be a specific project. So that would be maybe Dungannon Road, which is 245. And then we still have a deficit to make up. So that would either be coming from aggregate resources, general surplus, and I look to council for direction on that.
Yeah, so just for clarification, CAO, you go ahead, please.
And Alan, you haven't incorporated any tax increase into that. That's just getting it down to zero with the 0% tax increase. Is that what you're doing?
Well, that's assuming you want to get to 5, right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, I needed to hear that because I think like the number I have is 712 is getting to 5%. Yes.
So we could take money out of the K2 project for roads, for this specific one we're talking about at 245,000. And also we could access some aggregate up to 400,000 to come down to get to our 5% that we're discussing. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
So to put it in ways that I can understand it better, I'm suggesting a 5% increase, just pretend it's 5, we haven't really agreed on that yet, that we take 245 out of the K2. I really would like some K2 money spent in a different area, so I could say that, and so that it is spread around. And then if we put an extra 600,000 into the general surplus from last year's budget, just take it right back out of the general surplus, because that's last year's taxes helping to play with this one. Leave the aggregate thing alone, right? And then I still would want to know how much I've just said we should take out of reserves, but to me, that makes it work at 5.
Right. Okay. And we'll give Ellen time, and if you want to, think about this, why we can break and then come back to it,
So Ellen,
Yeah, we're not going to make a decision before lunch, just for consideration, and CAO and then Councillor Snowden.
so I'm
please.
going back a little bit. We were taking 999,000 out of the K2 fund. And then we just talked about taking 245,000 out of the K2 fund to fund the Dungannon Road. And also assuming that we're just putting in for discussion purposes only of a 5% increase, which amounts to 329,207. My calculations, and I could be wrong, is that we would then have to take out $467,664 out of the general surplus to balance today's budget.
Pretty good rough math. And, we had a surplus of 632 last year. Councillor Snowden, please.
I'd like to go back and revisit taking some money out of that aggregate surplus. Ellen's suggestion was right around that 400,000, and that's very close to what Mark said, 440-some thousand. I guess I understood from Ellen that we don't access that reserve hardly ever. I agree that there should be some left in there, and I do agree that we need to start spending some of that K2 funding. The general surplus, I always look at that as my retirement money. Only get that when you really, really need it. Use the money that we've been saving for special things.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's break for lunch. Staff have a chance to just massage these numbers and come back to us after lunch. Are we okay with that? Okay, so we will recess and come back at 1:15.
Sure am.
Okay, I would like to resume our meeting. Nita's joining us. You're there. Good. So I would like to start by deferring to staff. We had various discussions prior to lunch. Can you kind of summarize our options as far as, you know, additional accessing some additional reserves to get to 5% or whatever you want to suggest to us, please?
Sure. So with the goal of getting that bottom line on the last page of section 2 down to a 5% increase to the levy, which is 329,207, we have to decide on a transfer from reserve or a cut of a project of 463,000 and $17. So let's say 464,000.
And do you, yeah, just before I go there, do you have any recommendation as far as what reserve that you would suggest if we were to go that route, please?
My recommendation would be to transfer that from the general surplus reserve. That is a surplus from previous years, and it's available to be carried forward in future budgets, including this one. So that is the most readily available and not tied up reserve available.
Thank you. Councillor Miltenberg, please.
So when the number is 400, whatever you said, does that mean that you include the Dungannon Road resurfacing and then allocated that to the K2 wind benefit? Is that how you got down to 400 some?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if we were to, sorry, further question, I like the sounds of this, but I would like to know that if we agree with this, how much did we start with reserves and how much are we bringing our reserves down, which were healthy thanks to previous councils, but I don't think this is going to be the only uncertain bad year ahead of us.
So your question is for all of the reserves combined? Is that correct?
Yes. So let's say we're raising $4,278,474. How much are we actually doing in taxes and how much are we taking out of reserves and how much have we depleted our reserves for years going forward? I like the sounds of it. I would just like to see big picture what it means.
Okay, and we'll just give staff some time for to respond to that. Yep, please.
I think we're having a kind of a, let's go with 5%, but we didn't actually necessarily agree on that. I'm okay with the number, but we didn't actually agree on that number.
No, correct, because you're absolutely right. The numbers come in anywhere from 2 to 7%, and when I average them all, it's 5%. That's just why I come up with that number. That's all.
So we need to raise 460,000. Is that what Mark just said? Or somebody said that?
No, we could take 463,000 out of general reserves, and then we'd be balanced at a 5%.
Okay, all right.
Is what I heard.
5%.
While Alan's calculating it, I'm just going to fill the dead air. So what I see is we took out Nile Road, or Nile Bridge, sorry. We took out Division.
Replacing. We're repairing, not replacing.
Sorry, just a bit. I meant to say, Yeah, we took out Nile Road replace and we're keeping in the repair, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We're taking out the division road, division line with 1,250,000.
Yep.
We're taking out the Lorry Line Bridge at 285. We're transferring from reserves from the office reserve or building reserve of 102,500. We're taking $999,000 out of the K2 fund. We're taking $245,000 out of the K2 fund to fund the Dungannon Road. And then the general surplus of 464,000, somewhere around there, to come to zero. And Ellen's still calculating, and after the original budget that Ellen prepared, we're taking out another additional 1,810,500, according to my calculations, on top of what was already being transferred out of reserves from Ellen's proposal budget in front of us today. And I think Ellen's ready by the look of her face.
When you're ready.
Well, I thought I was, but so the I'm just trying. I think what you want, Jennifer, is the total amount we're transferring from reserves in the budget. I don't know if you want it, what we've added since we started the discussions, or the total. But I'm just without incorporating that final 463,000. It's about 7.5 million being transferred from reserves, but that includes the carry forward from 2024 of about 4.9 million. So napkin math, our reserve balance at the end of the year is expected to be around 8.4 million. That's without the 463 that we still have to transfer.
Yep, please, okay.
So the new amount that's coming out of the reserves, because some of the amount that's in reserves is because we didn't get the projects done, but we allocated it last year, is $3 million. And excluding the 400-some thousand, that leaves us with 8 million still in reserves.
Correct. Right, Ellen?
Yeah. Initial math here.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
rough math,
Yeah.
around $8 million.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy with that number in reserves.
Yes, exactly. So just to get, the numbers exact, we would require to take $464,000. It is suggested to take $464,000 out of the general reserves, and that would get us to a 5%. Is that correct? Councillor Milton Berkeley.
So to recap, last year, our budget, we were under budget by 600 some.
Well, we had a surplus in
Yeah,
operations.
but that means we came in under budget, really. So our surplus was 600,000, so we could take 400, whatever number that is, and still be putting money in reserves from last year. I'm really happy with that, actually.
Yeah, okay. So if I could just ask a question, because we just need to get this down. So I'll defer to council first if they have any further questions of Ellen, and then I'll ask a question. Seeing none, so we have to come up with a path forward. So we need to have a percent increase. We would require a motion on this. So we need a percent increase that converts, now that's on the tax rate, and convert that to the municipal levy. And we need to identify that with the additional money. So I'm going to just stop at that for staff to respond to that, which raises an additional dollars. That's the motion.
I'm sorry, are you looking for a mover?
No, not yet. We need to get these numbers first. So that's why I'm deferring to staff.
I'll just clarify that after today's discussion, staff will need direction in order to prepare the final budget.
Right.
So we're just looking for, and we'll get, Mark's working on that draft motion based on the discussion that just happened. We'll get that solidified, and then we'll move forward with that. It's the same one.
And again, I really want to, on behalf of council, thank all of our staff for all of the effort that they put into this. There's a lot of moving parts to put this budget together, and our staff deserve a lot of credit on behalf of council. And we are in a very healthy situation when we still have 8 million in reserves, and that's a real tribute to staff, current and past councils, and this council.
Again, just to fill the dead air. Yeah, so before we had the reserve funds, and we had the other reserve funds, and then we had the yeah, there it is. Reserves from other things and the funds, and in addition to that, so that works out to six. We're going to be down now to around 7.86 million. And because this last discussion we just had, since we looked at that, we took out an extra 1.8 million out of that. And with Ellen's proposed budget as it was,
The sound of your adding machine, Mark.
yeah, I know, and I miss my adding machine. I can do it quicker than my phone. I think just it was a 9,777,000, somewhere around there. Now it's being reduced by 1.810500, which brings us around just below $8 million total.
Yeah, after the transfer from the general surplus, if that's where we're going to go, to balance the budget at a 5% increase, then the reserves and reserve fund at the end of the year would be estimated at 7.97 million.
8 million round figures. There you go.
Yep, my numbers, I still got it. Yep.
Off the top of your head, it's not bad. Would you like to fill in that, please?
I'd be more than happy to.
And then I'll bring it forward to council for your consideration.
When he reads that motion, Alan, you listen carefully just to make sure I got the right numbers. Please and thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this forward for council's consideration, and if staff concur, then I would ask for a mover and a seconder of it. And the motion would read that council agree to a 2.65% increase to the 2024 tax rate, which converts to a 5% increase to the municipal levy from 2024, which raises an additional $329,207. Is that a correct statement, staff, please?
Mark, I need to confirm that you're looking at the revised Section 5 tables, because I think it's a 2.75% increase to the tax rate.
No, I'm looking at the old one. Let me just pull up the new one. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's just a slight adjustment based on there's a new tax class for 2025 for aggregate extraction properties. And for the first year, a new property class exists. The province prescribes the transition ratio. So instead of it being 1.1 for an industrial property, it's now 0.8 something. And it's for this year only, and then the county will be able to decide what ratio to use moving forward. So.
Okay, I'm going to thank you very much, Ellen. I'm going to reread this again, and I will again ask for staff's confirmation that this is correct. And that is that council agree to a 2.75% increase to the 2024 tax rate, which converts to a 5% increase to the municipal levy from 2024, which raises an additional $329,207. Staff, is that correct? Please.
Yeah, that's correct.
Good with that, CAO. Councilor Miltenberg, please.
I'd
Yes.
like to move that.
Okay, moved by Councilor Miltenberg. Is there a seconder for this? Councilor Hickey. Further discussion? All in, Councilor Snoblin, please.
I was having a little bit of an allergy attack when all these numbers were going through. So I don't know how much you're getting out of general reserves, how much is coming out of K2. Is there anything coming out of aggregate? I was just too busy trying to stop sneezing. Can somebody fill me in?
Okay, thanks for the question, Anita. I'll defer to staff, please.
Yeah, I can summarize. So we have allocated 245,000 in additional funding coming from the K2 Community Benefits Fund, and that is going towards Dungannon Road. And then the balance of the budget deficit will be transferred from the general surplus, and that is in the amount of
460?
Yeah, $463 and $17. Yeah.
And there's no other amount that's coming out of any reserves then?
No, we haven't allocated anything else from other reserves like the aggregate reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for the question and response. CAO, please.
But there's still the,
Yeah, please. Yeah, follow up. Absolutely, Councillor Snoblin.
I was just going to ask if there was anything coming out of the aggregate reserves then. Maybe that's where Mark was going.
Okay, we've all heard the question. Please, staff.
so from the original budget, I agree with Ellen, it's 464 coming out of the general surplus, correct, Ellen? And there's 245 coming out of the K2 fund to fund Dungannon Road, thank you. And there's 999,000 coming out of the K2 fund to fund the Port Albert plan. And there's 102,500 coming out of the municipal office reserve. And no money's coming out of the aggregate reserve.
How much again was coming out of the municipal office reserve, please?
102,500.
102,000, thank you.
Okay, are you good with that, Councillor Snoblin?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I assume that's right, Ellen, everything I said? Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion moved and second. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of council for your thoughtful deliberations on this on behalf of the corporation and all of our residents. With that, we'll move to the confirmatory bylaw, and I would entertain a mover and a seconder for this, please. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Forrester, that leave be given to introduce bylaw number 17-2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Township of Ashfield-Colborne-Wawanosh Special Council meeting held on March 14th, 2025, and that it now be read severally, a first, second, and third time, and finally pass this 14th day of March 2025. All in favor of the motion? And that is carried. And a motion to adjourn. A mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Blake and Miltenberg, that Ashfield-Colborne-Wawanosh Township Council does now adjourn to meet again on the 18th day of March 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the mayor. All in favor of this motion? And that again is carried. Thank you very much. And thanks very much to all of staff and council for all of the thoughtful consideration today. Thank you. Please enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Kelly, and everybody staff for getting me through the technical issues today.
Take care.